Hey, what's happening? Benton here. Technical difficulties already. What is going on here? Yo. Hey, what's happening, Rob Cleveland? I've got the volume all the way down on this phone. I'm trying to do the comments off of this phone. What in the world? Boomer moment. Good to see you, Austin Murphy. And Rob says, shout out Officer Murphy. And welcome to everyone who is watching the replay because StreamYard reminded me to shout out you folks. What's up, Musical's a Secret? Good to see you as well. Let me know if the audio's okay. I'm here twice. I'll show you what I'm talking about. It's Benton on Benton. I can't do this. The volume's all the way down. Why is it making noises? I don't get it. Don't understand. Very strange. Very strange. Well, I'm about to finally order my new computer. If Amazon will load my gift card, somebody somewhere probably thinks it's a scam that because I tried to load $335 from my debit card as a gift card balance to Amazon. Why, you say? Because sometimes I have to cancel these orders to these Amazon lockers if I get diverted or don't end up where I need to be, or sometimes their deliveries are late. So if I've paid directly from my debit card, when I cancel the order, they make me wait long periods of time to get my money back. But if I do it from a gift card, if I order from a gift card, then I get the refund immediately, although only to a gift card balance. But I buy so many things on Amazon, it's as good as cash. And shout out to a regular viewer slash listener who hooked me up with some money on Amazon. Much appreciated. And if they will ever load, if Amazon will get around to loading my balance, my gift card balance, I'm ordering a computer, one of those mini PCs. You guys seen these? With like an AMD Ryzen processor. Just like a little box. I would try to show you my phone screen, but that never seems to work out. What's up, Tranquil Vortex? Haven't bought it yet. Remember, I'm frugal. I don't go top dollar. Like, see, Music Holds a Secret goes right to the top. He goes right to the top of what's available. So, after the coupon, the $50 coupon savings, and not including the money that was sent to me by the contributor, I'm getting a 15-inch LCD, a portable flat panel LCD, a wireless keyboard and mouse, and the mini PC itself for like $335. And I think that's better than a laptop. Because I think what happened with this ThinkPad is I think the 48-hour cavalcade of live streaming, I think it was too hot for too long and eventually tapped out. I'm not exactly sure. So if you think about it, like, most likely I'm never going to get around to fixing this thing. So like the screen just goes to waste, right? The keyboard just goes to waste. The separate components seems like a better way to go, because if any one of them fails, it's not just, throw this thing away. And I have a stack. I have like 4 of those ThinkPads now, like a stack of 4 of them. Yeah, the mini PCs. And for what I'm doing, I don't need much hardware, obviously, for what I'm doing. Yeah, there's a lot of junk out there, such as this. I bought a mixer that's more or less junk not too long ago. But yes, I hear what you're saying. Yep. A lot of junk out there. Yep. Most definitely. Most definitely. Let's enunciate. Fake the Funk. Shout out, sir. Good to see you. I'm in the Walmart parking lot in the greater Phoenix area, if anyone's curious. Because I didn't do much over the weekend, my delivery is actually today at like 11 a.m. So I delivered yesterday, but then the trailer that I'm taking with me won't be empty until like noon today, which is fine. And it's no big deal. So I won't be doing much. Yeah, there you go. Oh man, but I certainly, because I was looking at Drew Chalk Body Outline. I think he was on his backup channel, Get Chalked Up. Went live with EBT and Toilet Bowl Earth. And I was listening to them talk about all this nonsense about religion. Um, and I would really love to be able to play portions of the live stream, the replay of the live stream, and then pause and respond to it, as I'm able to do when I'm not on my phone. Murfreesboro, Crater of Diamond State Park. That's what I know. Yeah, there's a state park in Arkansas where, if one is so inclined, one can go out into what is just a dirt field. So, I mean, it's just dirt. Go out into a field that's been the soil's tilled up, from time to time, and occasionally someone finds a large diamond out there. It happens regularly, actually. Yes, indeed. Coffee time, by the way. I hope you folks have your coffee. I think most of us here are early risers. Certainly, we have different schedules, and I'm on Mountain Time, so shout out to the various time zones of the audience. It's trying to get chilly. I'm hoping to be able to actually change up my attire, wear this shirt, this red shirt. But it may get chilly. I may have to put the hoodies on. And as far as my health and such, my body's sending me some signals to switch things up a bit. I have been pretty fucking sick lately. Just to hide it pretty well. I think yesterday I had some of my meals too close together and it fucked me up. I think what I'm going to do now is when I'm done eating, I'm going to set a 3-hour timer on my phone. Make sure I don't eat. Need at least 3 hours between meals. But I think today I'm going to, like, I'm not even hungry right now, I've had a very strong appetite over the last couple of months. And in fact, had doubled my daily food intake. Went from 2 meals to 4 meals. I think now it's probably time to go from 4 meals to 2 meals. I think what's happening is my body, it realized it needed to put on some weight, because I had no love handle. Like, I'm 47 years old. There should be something in my love handle region. I mean, there's nothing there for a time, and now there's actually a little bit. I got a little bit around the middle, not much, but there's something there. I think the body wants to be able to, in some sort of starvation scenario, wants to at least be able to last a couple of days, right? So I think now my body's saying, okay, let's go back to the 2 meals a day. And then probably my body weight will drop too low, and then probably it won't want to go back to the 4 meals. I think maybe that's what's happening. It's mostly the old gallbladder's not happy with not too happy with what's going on. I'm just not able to process these amounts of fat I've been putting in my body, which is not a lot compared to what I've eaten historically. But I think each meal's like, so I'm probably, what would that be? Probably 80 grams of fat a day, that's still high, but it's not much compared. I used to eat way more than that every day. Oh, good. Yeah, I wake up depending on the time zone. I normally wake up around like 11 p.m. Central, typically, although not necessarily. Yeah, I'm not even sure that's true. I think sometimes that's just the other. Arkansas is kind of dumb in a lot of ways. Like, it's not a stereotype. There's a lot of stupid motherfuckers in Arkansas. So I think other places that have diamonds probably know to not tell everybody. Arkansas is just like, hey, come here for your diamonds. Got a big field out here, and if y'all want to, you can just go out there and find you a diamond. I mean, seriously, like, what is this, man? So I'm guessing that maybe you can find diamonds in other parts of North America, and it's just the locals know to shut the fuck up about it. Be my guess. What's up? Not 42U, not 42U. I don't know anything about hernias other than my father's had a fairly serious hernia for like 15 years, and he absolutely just refuses to have surgery on it for whatever reason. Yeah. But I've been to that state park. It's literally a field. It's just a dirt field. So yeah, if you like dirt fields with the possibility of finding a diamond, that's for you. It's not for me at all. Oh, there are absolutely. You are correct, sir. There are. We have a high concentration for whatever reason in my home state, which is good. There's nothing to do there other than just hunting and fishing and sports, and it keeps people from moving there. So when the Californians head east on I-40, I think I was talking about this yesterday, they just keep going instead of stopping in the state. They go past Arkansas and Mississippi and Alabama, and eventually end up in maybe Georgia. So a lot of them seem to be going not to Californians necessarily, but then once you hit the eastern seaboard, it's a lot of folks possibly coming down from the Northeast. But it seems like a lot of these Californians are headed for Florida and Texas, of course. But if they're going to Texas, they're probably going to drop down off of 40 before they get to Arkansas, I'm assuming, or just take the 10. They're coming from SoCal. Although not necessarily, if you look at the map, you can come up out of SoCal and still take 40. And yeah, what's up, Snafu? Good to see you, brother. Still trying to figure out how I'm going to do this one-on-one combo. So I'm thinking it through, man. I'm plotting my strategies, but not in a get you kind of way. Just in a broadcast, make a decent combo for the audience. And if anybody caught it yesterday, Paul and Slade was over here, and we had a conversation right up until the DOT decided to inspect the rig, and I got annoyed and had to bid him adieu. Oh yeah, Glenn Campbell. Yeah. By the way, shout out to Johnny Cash, Arkansas's only music legend. Fuck Glenn Campbell. No, I'm sure Glenn Campbell's fine. I'm just not a fan. Yeah, there you go. Hopefully he's getting some rest. I think he's finally real. I'm not speaking for him. This is my interpretation. Perhaps he's realizing that he needs some time to rest and recuperate, get his mind right, as it were. There you go. What's up, Tinsel TQ? Mornings and evenings, cupcakes. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully getting some sleep. But anyway, I'm all fucked up. I'm dying from various illnesses. It's fine. Oh, and this Ian clip keeps getting played, and I don't even really know anything about this bozo Ian other than what's been presented on other channels. But what is that? That We Are Awake TV? Is that what that is? Am I right on that? Do I need to look that up? Let's be accurate here. And earlier, for a few minutes, this phone that I'm speaking with you folks through this phone, it would not connect to any Google, like YouTube, Google.com, but the other phone, which is T-Mobile, would, and then after like 5 minutes, it worked normally. It's kind of strange. Where am I going? Yeah, We Are Awake. Is that it? Or We Are Aware. It's one of the two, right? Okay, We Are Awake TV. That's him, right? Is that the bozo in question? Is that the bozo in question? Oh, awesome. Music Cult's a Secret. Cool. Yeah, I thought it went pretty well, all things considered. I certainly wasn't at my best necessarily, but hey, man, that's part of the game. When it's game time, I don't even always know when it's game time. But yeah, whatever I'm trying to say. Yes, absolutely, and and see, I got brought up on Paul's stream, later in that stream, and then later on, and I was brought up a couple of different times, real briefly, and somebody was like, "Yeah, he seems decent, blah blah blah," but then I don't. Then the person was saying, "I don't know why he's talks to Illuma Tommy, more or less, as if Tommy is somehow discredited as a human being. See, I don't really believe in that. Now, if I if I observe enough of Tommy's behavior and it's like, well, this is just not the type of person I can kick it with, that's one thing. But like, this is the only way to have a bunch of misfits, is to let everybody in. And then, by the way, the shout out to the title Commie Free Radio. Eventually, we realize, oh, this person is a communist. Well, probably not going to be allowed, at least on, to be able to talk to me. He can still show up and post in the chat if you guys know him. I'm not talking about Tommy. I'm talking about Jeff P, who can laugh and scoff all he wants while he behaves like a commie. We're not going to have that around here. We are tolerant, but we're not going to have communism. We are a sleep TV. That's right. But yeah, that's a good point, Tinsel TQ. And see, and this is the type of comment where somebody might read that and think, well, that's an insult. It's like, no, we are a bunch of, whoever these people are that are participating in whatever this is. Yeah, misfits. Absolutely. Proud to be. I'm glad I don't fit in. I don't know, Robin. See, I have this thing that I noticed back when I was on the Joe Rogan Experience message board, and the thread blew up when I first started traveling around the country, living in my car back in the day. That was my transition into homelessness, intentional homelessness, as it were. I've noticed that I'm very memeable for whatever reason. There's been many, many memes made about me way before I ever showed up in these so-called true communities. I've been memed a lot. So that Drew does all the graphics for the channel. So Drew, and I think that's supposed to be a background. So like, if I go to, can I do this layout? I don't know if this will even work. Who knows? But when I have multiple people on here, you'll see there's a graphic background. I think that what that image is, the thumbnail, I think what that is supposed to be a background for the StreamYard, I believe. I'm not even sure. But Drew emailed it to me, and I said, fuck it, looks cool to me. And I am a ridiculous person on some levels, so I think it's funny also. And then the Zyklon part, I'm assuming that's some kind of chemical warfare, I guess. I don't really know what that even is, but I've talked about it on here. I did grow up, as a crow flies within 5 miles of a federal government installation that purports to store and dispose of, through incineration and releasing into the environment, chemical weapons left over from past wars. So I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with it. But I would say, Robin, some of what's going on here is life is art. It's like a performance art kind of thing in some ways. So sometimes it's an artist made a piece of art, and I don't really even know what it means, but I respond to it in some sort of way. So, and part of it is I am kind of an idiot, in some ways. So like I see there's something there conceptually, but I don't really have the brain power to try to analyze it. It is what it is. Yeah, well, exactly. And yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what Drew's up to with some of that, but I like his graphic style, so I just tend to go with it. Oh, okay. Well, see, there you go. I didn't even know that. So now I seem to remember that. So that's because I look like I'm in a concentration camp. That's why. Hmm. Well, then there's your answer, because visually I look like I'm have survived or am in a concentration camp. But then if you tie it in also with and I got a shaved head and everything, but if you tie it in with what I used to talk about with FEMA camps and all this, when I was really spazzing out in the old Nightmare Dystopia days, I think there's a tie-in also. The fact that I do believe it is possible that some of us may be concentrated into camps at some point. And then there's a Camp Cupcake potentially theme there too, Camp Cupcake, which that's also a camp, right? So yeah, there's a lot going on there that I'm figuring it out. I'm still interfacing with the art. So that's part of the fun. That's part of the fun. Too many comments, folks. And that's why I would like to be able to read the comments on this thing. Because there's something about when I try to lean forward and look at this, it's fucking starting to get the bleary eye already. There has to be a better way. I think I'm just going to have to read the comments on my phone and just respond to them verbally and just read them aloud, but not have them appear on the screen. That's just what's going to have to happen. Well, and then the 6 million views, by the way, wouldn't that be a Holocaust reference? Potentially. I'm guessing that's what that means. Yep. Camp Cook Musicals The Secret says Camp Cupcake has Truth Yo flavored cupcake with pogo sprinkles. Nice. Well, and I think I am going to upgrade my StreamYards at some point. So I think, because I'm on the $25 a month level, if I go up one more level, then I think, because now I can have a maximum of 2 administrators on the StreamYard, and I'm one of the 2. So the other one's Truther Cop, who does a good job, but he's only here, a very limited amount of time of the overall broadcast time. But then someone who's here often, if they wanted to, they could be one of the admins, and they could actually highlight the comments. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, that's a good idea. Not forward to you. Turn down the brightness on his screen. Seems to help a little. Yeah, there you go. And I guess this is just going to be a chill. We're just going to chill out. I already see that. Yeah, this is a good number of people too. Right around 10 to 15, I think. Good. Oh, is somebody calling in? Hey, it's Rob Cleveland. All right. What's up, Rob?
Yo, what's going on? How you feeling?
Well, I'm not feeling too well, but I'm happy to be here. If that means anything. What about yourself?
Well, it means something to me. I was a little worried earlier. I didn't see you was coming on at the normal time, like around 11:30, 12. But I'm feeling good, man. Things are going slow here at the plantation. It's all right.
Nice, man. What time do you start work?
10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on Mountain Time now, which I think you're on Mountain Time also, I believe.
Pacific Standard Time.
Oh, okay, you're on Pacific. Okay. And then I actually slept in till 1 a.m. local time, which I guess that's 2 o'clock Central. So yeah, I got a little bit of extra sleep. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't got much to add. Just go ahead, keep doing you, man. I'll chime in
Oh
whenever I feel I need to.
Right on, man. Yeah, I'm getting used to this, being able to talk when I have the hypervigilance. So when someone else is here, I need to get to where I can just express myself, regardless of if someone is here who doesn't talk a lot, which is fine, obviously.
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially me. You can just keep on doing what you do.
Well, and I have said that I want to work on my skills, so this is helping, certainly. I know he seems to be able to convey his message with people, who are there and can respond. I seem to need to be able to just be able to, nobody can ever interrupt me, and then I'll talk for an hour and a half. So, maybe I'll grow and change out of that if I'm even making sense. Sometimes I'm listening to myself, and I don't know if I'm even making sense, but oh well.
No, I'll tell you the same thing I tell Paul. I love when you go on your rants and rambles because you usually hit the nail on the head, and I resonate with most of it, not all of it.
Oh yeah, certainly not all of it. Yeah, absolutely. And I am on some bullshit some of the time. Absolutely. That's what JG, tighten it up. I try to tighten it up over time, but this Ian thing, man. So I don't know anything about Ian other than what I've seen mostly on Paul's channel, but I'm really astute. It's one of my talents is like I can tell that when Ian went into this deal about the time is short and all this, that's not he didn't come up with those ideas. Somebody fed that to him, someone or something. That's not his personality. He doesn't think that way. I guarantee it.
Really? And what makes you say that?
It's just not consistent with the rest of what I've seen from him. It's not somebody put those ideas in his head. I promise you. Now I could be wrong, but I would bet money that somebody. And I've also heard notions that there's some lady, like there's some chick who's more or less running his show or something, but I don't know
Sun
anything about
Piz,
it.
yeah.
So I bet you she's feeding him those ideas. I'm just again, I don't have any frame of reference other than what little bit I've caught, but I also noticed the bizarre nature of him, very in a depressed, barely even, we are awake TV and he's barely awake. But that's Paul, that's Paul's joke. It's like, there's something to that. I didn't come up with that joke, but it's like he seems even more subdued than normal on that video. So I don't think he came up with that. The time is short, because it's almost like a circle the wagons, like, and it does kind of sound like, white tennis shoes, and here comes the comet, so that we're, the whole Heaven's Gate. It does sound like that, doesn't it?
It did. It did,
Yeah.
man.
I just don't think that's him coming up with that. But maybe I'm wrong. But I don't think I don't think he thinks that way. It doesn't seem
No,
consistent with the rest of
when you
him.
mentioned that, yeah, when you mentioned that and Sun Kissed / Sun Piz, it kind of clicked for me a little bit. Like he does resonate with that woman a lot, and it's almost like he takes on her sort of her subdued spirit, because she's usually yapping, piping up, screaming, but when she's subdued and more in her feminine aspect, that's a lot what Ian takes up.
Is that the lady who was in the military?
Allegedly, yeah.
And she's real aggressive when she talks.
Yeah, and she's real long-winded. So go on yapping for about 15 minutes.
Well, she's probably schizophrenic. That's just me. That's me saying that. That's not normal. It's not normal, man, especially for a woman. I don't think it is. Could be amphetamines, Adderall, but and this is something I talk about. It's not to slander people or attack them. It's that I've come to the conclusion that the general public is de facto insane. So most of these people are just out of their fucking minds, no matter what. Like most of them. And she seems particularly nuts to me. But I've only seen, again, just like I just remember hearing her voice. And again, I don't even watch a lot of this stuff. I'm listening on headphones and not looking at the screen. But the fact that I know who we're talking about based on what I've heard, what little bit I've heard her speak, I mean, I feel like I can draw some pretty accurate conclusions about whatever that person has going on. And dude, there's something wrong with her. I don't know what it is necessarily, but something ain't right.
I mean, to me, it's just like the general. Well, at least her presentment, I will say, she gives off the typical black woman sort of deal.
Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, I detected some of that also, but then that's probably some of the aggressiveness, right? But I think there's more to it than that. And then just somebody who would want to be, in that kind of sphere and these, these new agey, touchy feely concepts. I mean, that's how I view them anyway. Like that's not necessarily associated with black women. I would say, not necessarily the new agey stuff.
No,
Although it
that
could be.
vibrating high.
There you go. So this is my impressions based on a very limited amount of information. Somebody who's taken in a lot of Ian's material could say, well, actually Benton's wrong because this, that, and the third, which is fine. I'm just speculating, but I believe, people like that, she's probably a very manipulative, and then Ian's probably very susceptible to that brand of manipulation, I'm guessing.
Yeah, very. Yeah, he seems like he's very swayed by like emotions. He's like, he's a Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
And
Christos, what up?
oh, is
Hey,
that
what's up?
Christo? What's up,
Yeah,
Christo?
what's up,
Welcome, sir.
guys?
We're just
I, I'm
us.
normally I'm normally
Go ahead.
never up this early.
Nice. Well, I'm glad you
Yeah,
are today. We're just
yeah, and
slandering various content creators. If you'd like to join in.
I figured I could weigh in because I was there for a couple months last year when I first hopped on YouTube and started joining panels. I was actually over on his channel for a while, kind of like Z, before we broke off and did our own thing and found other channels and communities. Uh, I I'm like 100% that Sunkissed is not schizophrenic. I think
Okay.
she's just got a lot of undealt with shadow work and certain things deep down that she's not facing. There's definitely that like overcompensation with the masculine, as you guys are kind of pointing out earlier, with how long she talks and how aggressive she gets. I definitely think there's something weird there going on with Ian and Sunkissed. I don't know if they have a thing or what, but Ian is definitely influenced by that lady. Um, I think Ian is just easily influenced in general, to be honest. Um, but I agree with you guys about the whole vibing high thing, and then what he said recently about time is short. It's really weird. It's undeniably cult-like and somewhat concerning, honestly, the way he was speaking. And I was talking to him somewhat outside of YouTube initially, and he seemed friendly enough until over time I started to really get a read on his energy. But before I kind of stopped talking to that dude and going over to his streams, I know that he had just started smoking weed again, and he was allegedly using mushrooms. So
Oh,
I know that dude's being influenced like spiritually right now. Paul's not completely far off when he talks about demons influencing him. Now, I'm not gonna say demons are influencing him, but I definitely think there's some type of spiritual forces that are influencing him, and having him say these things. Because Benton was talking about, it seems he's being fed these ideas. I agree, but I think on a spiritual level, I think he's being fed this stuff. I mean, it's just like archetypal. It's like classic. I want to shed my body, ascend, all this ascension talk. It's really not healthy, honestly. It's not. It's like that false light, false spirituality energy that I'm seeing for sure, man. And he seems to be falling prey to the false light and I guess these spirits or whatever that are telling him this information that time is short.
yeah, man. And you seem intelligent and thoughtful. So I will go with your idea that she's not schizophrenic. But I definitely but again, I can just tell when somebody is saying some things that is not. It did not originate with that person. There's no way he came up with these ideas about the time being short and all this. So that's a red flag for me. It's like, okay, now what's going on? And then, like you're talking about with, especially if he was off of, I like to say cannabis, and I used to be a heavy cannabis user, and every time I'm not a truck driver, I'm a heavy user. But a lot of us like to pretend like that marijuana is benign, but it does cause psychosis in some people. Like absolutely. Oh, and
Yep.
feel free to smoke on stream too, by the way.
Oh,
But
for
yeah,
sure.
I'm a big proponent, but it's not for everybody in that sense, and especially if somebody isn't strongly grounded and rooted in what they're doing. And I've had high doses of mushrooms myself, at least a couple of times, and I was 35 years old, and I had a strong sense of myself. Did we lose Christos? Does he normally just pop on and pop off like that, Rob? I'm trying
From
to
what
figure
I've
something.
seen, yeah.
Okay, see, I thought so because I thought I remembered that from Paul's show, so Paul's panel, Paul's broadcast. He doesn't like it being called show, but yeah. See, Benton is learning, but thank you, Christos, by the way, for your contributions. Much appreciated. So what I would say is the thing about the marijuana is, especially if he's been somewhat clear-headed, or Lord knows what pharmaceuticals he may be on. And again, I don't know. Ultimately, this can't even be in a personal attack because I don't know the guy. I know very little about him. I'm providing feedback based on what I've observed, and something is bad wrong. You know, when literally everybody outside of his little circle is like disturbed. I mean, pretty much everybody that's viewed that video outside of his circle that's disturbing, is it not, Rob? Am I crazy here?
It is.
It's just
No, you're not, man.
it's disturbing, and something ain't right, man. And you know, I'm not even one of those I hope he gets the help he needs type of guys. It's like, you know, and I don't know how old the guy is, but this is a
I think he's
bad,
about
bad.
40. He's about
Oh,
40.
okay, yeah. This is
Well,
not
what's even more like what really makes it like concerning is that there's people in that community. I think I've said this here, but there's people in that community who have either thought about deleting themselves or have tried to within like the last few months. And so, in conjunction with that, and the video that he just put out, I think that's what really makes it concerning to the people outside of the community that know a little bit about it.
Yeah, and then and then you know the thing with the psychedelics, which I'm not even a proponent of most of this stuff, honestly, but I've been able to use high doses of mushrooms in very specific ways to benefit whatever my growth is. But I was very specific about what I was doing. It's not just, you know, let's eat some mushrooms and fucking start smoking weed here, and then now he's on the internet and talking about the time being short. Like, that's bad, man. If I ate mushrooms and started smoking a lot of weed out of nowhere and I heard myself saying the time is short, I would be like looking around like, what is this, man? But I have a firm foundation. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm firmly rooted in, I got my mind right first and then went into these things versus
Yeah, exactly.
he seems to not be, you know, at this point, is he even tethered to reality? I don't know that he is, man. This is not good. So
I'd
then
say
you
he's
take,
more closely tethered to reality than Talcott is.
oh, Talcott's well, that's what the live without fear is. A person cannot reach those levels of delusion and be in a state of fear. Because the fear will limit how deep the person can go into the delusion. So it's like he had to figure out how to conquer his fears so he could become that delusional, and he was already delusional. Yeah, this is where the pop psychology is. It's fun, right? Like, because part of this, I am joking on some level, but it's also kind of true. You know, like I
Yeah,
don't
there's
think
a little bit of truth in every jest, right?
yeah, yeah. So it's like sometimes I get attacked by certain people, like especially this toilet bowl Earth. If you're familiar with this guy, you know, I sort of get attacked for engaging in this pop psychology. But it's like, yeah, but I know it's pop psychology, and it is a thing. I'm not saying that it's like, oh, I'm diagnosing people over the internet. It's like, I mean, these are things that, and society is more talking more about narcissism, and you know, there's entire genres of channels on YouTube for years now about narcissism and all of these things, and like schizophrenia is coming more to the, because you know, literally you've got like back in 2015, Abilify became one of the most frequently prescribed drugs in this country. That's an antipsychotic. You know, we don't have this many people with psychosis. So, you know, what's going on in this country? You know, are people becoming more psychotic? These are the trends that I look at, you know, and then I will sort of humorously work with a lot of these ideas, but, you know, it's not just based on nothing. Like, it has to be something to it. So I don't know. And when you're here, Rob, I'm going to just stop and expect you to respond. I don't know. I don't know what else to do. You don't have to respond, but it's going to happen.
Yeah, there's some things where you know, I can't really add nothing else to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I just want the audience to understand that's where I'm coming from. But that is a good point about Talcott. That was a good you added. See, you added. I wouldn't have taken it to Talcott from where I was. So that's good that you added that. But
Yeah, but I feel like I derailed you a little bit.
you kind of did, but it's okay though, because I need to gather my thoughts about Ian. So I just think it's bad to be so. And I've studied a lot of these new agey ideas, and I've read a lot of the Eastern stuff, and a lot of the stuff Paul talks about. I've read up on a lot years ago, and then being on the West Coast, living out of a backpack, and being around a lot of actual hippies and talking to them about various ideas, and like and again, I don't know Ian personally, and I don't really even know his channel, but this is a bad idea for people to just go out not connected to reality necessarily, and just go out here and start taking psychedelics and then the cannabis these days, this high THC cannabis, which again, it does cause psychosis. I mean, I love weed too, but it does make some people psychotic. There's just no way around it. And to just be, to not have a firm foundation, and then for him to just be kind of floating in this sea of new agey vibe and high, like what's going to come out of that, man? This can't be good. It's not possible.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's like Paul talks about the middle ground all the time, and you got these people in the vibe and high community. That's one polar, one extreme, as seen by Ian, and then you got the people on the other side of the spectrum, which is kind of generally what we see within the general population, just people that are in their low state. But and then Ian is in such a high state, it's like he's I don't know, he's floating off in the space. That's how high he's vibing.
Yes, exactly. Which is so under Taoism, on that spectrum of, a person is really low, vibing low, but if they're vibing really high, that's equidistant from the middle. That's just as bad in some ways. It's to be that unbalanced. So I wonder what his daily life is like. What's he doing on a daily basis? Is he just in his living space? Does he leave his home? Like, I don't know.
I think so. I mean, he has a job. I think he's like a chef or like a cook or something.
Yeah, he's a chef.
Well, that's interesting. So he's going to a restaurant every day or most days. See, so I'm already wrong about some. So I'm making a lot of suppositions, and a lot of them are wrong, which is good. I wouldn't expect to just be able to observe somebody over the internet and just immediately predict their life, right? Huh. But you know what's associated with restaurants is drugs. It's a very easy place to get drugs, generally speaking. I worked in a restaurant for several years. Typically, that's especially cooks tend to be drug users, although not across the board.
But I would think that they would most likely be doing stimulants instead of just to kind of keep the pace going, just to kind of keep up. Depending on the business, I guess I wouldn't really expect Ian to be like on these downers because he's already so down. He's like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh.
Well, but then
comparison.
Yeah, but presumably whatever he does on his job, at some point he's getting shit done in a brisk fashion if he's actually cooking in a busy restaurant. Now, is it like, Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares and like nobody's coming in there? Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But if it's an actual busy restaurant, I guess he has to kick his ass in gear at some point. So then, like, what's the juxtaposition between somebody who presumably can get it done in a very that's a stress-filled environment, by the way. It's very stressful. It can be, depending on what's going on. That's interesting. It's interesting to think about. And Snafu, I'm not leaving you out. It's just I have to gather my resources to deal with your level of energy. So yeah. When I feel like
openly.
I can. What's that?
No, you got it. Keep going.
Well, I was just telling Snafu, it's nothing personal. I'm not going to be able to deal with Snafu until I feel like I can match his energy. So here pretty soon, I'll be able to bring him on, just so he knows.
I think Snafu just needs a couple of Xanax or something, man. Man, that dude be on it, man.
Yeah, I'm about to start drinking some caffeine and take some kratom here soon.
The kratom, yeah. Let's talk about the kratom.
Yeah, let's talk about it because I'm not trying to completely like exposed dude or anything, but he's spoken openly about he used to do prescription pills.
Okay.
Ian, yeah, when he was younger, he used to like have a problem with opiates, and when I met him, he actually ended up telling me how he uses kratom all the time because he's a former opiate user of prescription pills. And I use kratom as well, not for that reason, but so I think that might play a part into it. And he also even said straight up on his channel, in that video that we're referencing, that he stays up till 6 a.m. like every night, basically. So I think that's a
Yeah,
problem within itself, regardless of substances.
I would agree with that. There's something to that lack of sleep, or just sleeping at odd times like that. Um, I actually used to be a very heavy kratom user, but I was never on opiates. I've never been on opiates ever. Uh,
Yeah.
but I would never recommend, now to somebody who has been on opiates, it's probably wonderful, but I would never recommend it to somebody who hasn't been, me personally, but uh, I enjoyed it. I mean, I really liked it when I was using it, but dude, getting off of it is a bitch, man. At least two different times I had to, taper off of it. And that was a bitch, man, for sure. But my
So it's
dose
kind of
always
like,
skyrockets. Have you used it also, Rob?
no, no.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. I was framing what you're about to say. Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
mean, it kind of sounds like generally they're just switching one substance out for another. I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like to me. Just not really knowing what kratom is or any of that.
Well, it is really effective for physical pain, in my experience.
Okay.
For certain types of physical pain that might be related to past trauma and repressed trauma and such. So, yeah, in my experience, I'm only speaking to my experience. It can be helpful for that. But then there's different strains, there's different types. The dosage makes a huge difference. How much you take at any given time. There's a lot to it, man. It's one of those things that. But what I found for me personally is no matter what I did, my dose would always go very high, and then to get off of it is, I have enough willpower that I'm able to, and I'm smart enough I can get off of it. But it's still a bitch. The withdrawals suck. Uh, but if somebody could just take like a moderate amount and never go beyond the moderate amount, and and that works for them, it's probably great. It's just I'm not that person. I'm going to end up on fucking high doses of it no matter what. So I just don't do it at all anymore. And I see
Are you
Christos
guys
knows. He seems to know what I'm talking about here.
Are you
Yeah.
guys familiar with ibogaine?
I would love to try it, but yeah, I'm familiar with what it is. But yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. But I have no experience with it. I don't know that that's even. Well, it's probably obtainable in the United States. I'm not the type of person who would be able to obtain it. Christos, before you go, I want to hear what he has to say about kratom. Christos.
Yeah. Hold on. Come back to me.
All right. Cool. Yeah. What do you know about ibogaine there, Rob?
I don't know much about it except I think the plant is based in Africa. I think, and I heard somebody talking about it briefly. Said that it helped them with their addiction to. I think he said he was addicted to some sort of opiate, and that helped him with that. But that's about all I know about it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be
I
good
yield.
for it's supposed to be good for opiate addiction and also alcoholism, supposedly. Um, and Hunter S. Thompson wrote about it famously. That's actually when it first sort of entered the cultural lexicon. Is Hunter S. Thompson wrote this famous book, Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail '72, and there was this guy Ed Muskie he was running with this other, I can't even remember who it was. I think it might have been George McGovern was running, and the VP was this guy Edward Muskie, who had actually been in the mental health system at a certain point, and it actually came out that he had been like given shock therapy. Like this is in the official fiction. So at a certain point, Hunter S. Thompson, who was he was a famous writer at the time, and he wrote about politics. A lot of people don't realize that he was known for writing about politics back then, and he was a huge critic of Richard Nixon. And at one point, Hunter S. Thompson created a rumor that Ed Muskie had gone to Africa or South America and was being treated with ibogaine, and that's like how that term first entered the cultural lexicon in the United States.
That's hella funny.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, and the guy, the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. So I think a lot of people know who Hunter S. Thompson was and don't realize that was a thing. Yeah, but I want to hear what Christos thinks about Kratom, if I may.
Yeah, I think he pushed multiple things into the culture with what he was doing when it comes to drugs. Yeah, Iboga, Africa. Yup, it's over in Africa, and I've heard a few stories about it. It sounds pretty intense, and I've also heard that there's a threshold, lethal dose threshold, so you don't want to take too much of it. Like, you want to make sure you have shamans or whoever weighing it out for you how much you're taking, because if you take a certain amount, it can be lethal. But yeah, it's also like ayahuasca is what I hear. It's like very intense, like people talking about ayahuasca, those experiences with that or those plants. But with kratom, yeah, for sure, man. I mean, I just did a break the other weekend. But I just did like a 1 day break from cannabis, kratom, and everything. But yeah, kratom can definitely become an issue for people. It's definitely been an issue for me in the past. It comes and goes. Right now, I should probably take a tolerance break, but I also don't feel like I'm taking it to the extent where it's like really messing up my health, or I'm starting to withdraw, so I need to take a dose in the middle of the night. Like, some people go to like some really crazy levels with it, and I definitely use quote unquote high doses, but I've heard like former opioid addicts really going crazy with it, or even people that don't have a former opiate problem. Kratom like becomes an opiate problem for them because it mimics opioids like to a T, because it works on the same receptors. So it's like damn near an opioid, but it's not. It's technically not, but it just works on those receptors.
Yep. Yeah, it kind of is, but it's not. Exactly. Because I don't like actual opiates. I remember I had oral surgery in my early 20s, and they gave me what had to have been hydrocodone, I'm assuming. I took 1 dose of the hydrocodone, and I'd never heard of opiates, and I hated it. I said, no, I'll just deal with the pain. So I'm just not a type of person that would ever want to do opiates. But kratom that's a different thing for sure, man. Definitely. But I'm one of those.
Cleaner.
I'm assuming, never having done opiates, but I was one of those high dose people. But very quickly, I'm on like, I don't even remember, but it's like crazy doses.
8 grams.
Oh, that would be
for me.
Yeah, easy,
like,
no problem.
Yeah, opiates are not my thing. I mean, just anything that's kind of like a downer is just really not for me. I've always had like real bad issues and troubles with downers, depressants, or whatever you want to call them. I was more of a stimmy guy, because me just in my normal state, I'm very subdued, I'm chill, I'm relaxed. So it's like, when I turn to substances, I want to feel alive, I guess, as they say. So it just,
Yep.
That was always my thing, was just stimulants. And I had a real bad addiction with the white girl. And, I got to a point where I was even pawning shit. And I saw myself literally going down like this dark spiral of addiction. And luckily I was able to pull myself up out of there before it got too bad. But, sometimes it happens.
Woo. Yeah, I've never tried it, so I don't know what I'm missing, thankfully. So I've never done any actual drugs, believe it or not. Alcohol, of course.
I've never done coke, and I never will. That's one of those things I made like a promise to myself when I was young. I'll never do coke.
I made that same promise. I did that with MDMA as well. I said that with ecstasy. So just for me, I will never say what I'll never do again because I was wrong.
Yeah, I
But
feel
I
that.
feel where you're coming from though, Christos.
Well, the only thing I ended up doing was Adderall and Ritalin, like snorting Adderall, and I don't think I ever snorted Ritalin, but that's the one thing I am guilty of, white powder or whatever. But I can still say I've never done coke and never will, so I'm happy about that.
I have an addictive personality, so I don't need something that's actually addictive. The alcohol was bad enough, you know. Yeah, that's just me personally. What's up, Mr. Murphy?
Fucking enjoying life, man.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Yes, and I hope Snafu's not offended. He was trying to come on earlier, but I was stealing myself, to be able to talk to him because he's a little bit he's a bit much at times. But if he wants to come back, I'll bring you up, Snafu, if you want to come back.
Yeah, just hanging out,
Austin,
man.
are you up late? Oh, my bad. Are you up late or are you up early?
I'm up late, yes. I'm not recently waking up, I'm up.
Oh, okay.
It's 2:24 in fucking Sacramento, California. 2:24.
Oh, okay. Word. Okay, you're 2 hours behind. All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like 4:30 here. Damn. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, that's
man.
what's up. I can't do that shit anymore. I went to bed at like 8 o'clock last night. I woke up at
Bro,
like 2:30 though.
like I went to sleep super fucking late last night or early, however you want to say it. But I woke up at like fucking 4 p.m. and I'm just fucking, I got that energy. I'll probably go to sleep in like 2 hours or so.
Yeah. Damn. Does it ever?
I don't know.
Do you ever feel like
I
there's
go on different.
repercussions?
I go on weird cycles where I'll fucking sleep through the day, or yeah, sleep through the day, up at night, whatever. Different cycles.
Mm-hmm. Well, Rob, you do something like that too, don't you? You stay up till the morning, right?
Yeah, I work graveyards, which is something that I enjoy. I've always liked. I mean, I've always been like a night owl, so to speak. And
Well,
I don't know.
and
It's just
you're on a
go
schedule,
ahead.
so that's a little different. Even though you're sleeping in the daytime, you're on a schedule.
Yeah.
That makes a difference. Versus, I think I'm just assuming this is kind of where Christos is going. Is this idea of just sort of staying up until you just end up eventually going to sleep? That it's like a revolving sleep cycle where you're never really going to sleep at the same time. Rob, I'm assuming more or less goes to sleep at the same time every day. I'm guessing.
I
Yeah,
go through
man. Wake
cycles
up.
based on what I'm doing. If I'm, like, I've had a lot of different jobs. So I've worked fucking construction where I wake up at 4 o'clock every morning, like, for fucking years, or I do this depending on the job that I'm doing, and it fluctuates. It's this or that. I'm just living life, man.
I hear you. I'm only speaking because I got interested when Christos says that he went to sleep at 8 p.m. because at some point years ago I started going to sleep like super fucking early, and I feel great, man. I go to sleep. I'm asleep by like 6:30 p.m. most days, which is excessive. I understand, but dude, I feel great. But I'm waking up at like 11 p.m. midnight a lot of times. But for me, I feel fucking fantastic. But uh, that is a tad excessive. But even going to bed 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., I think there's something to that. It seems like it's more restful sleep for whatever reason. But then, like Rob's doing working nights, that's kind of a different thing. Like, I've had my scheduled truck driving where I was going to sleep at like 2 p.m. every day, and the body does adjust to that. But then when you don't have to go to sleep at a certain time, I think that's what we're talking about, Austin, because you seem like you can kind of just do your own schedule. It seems like I'm guessing. Is that right? Or
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So now it's like you don't have anything sort of forcing you into any sort of schedule.
No.
Yeah, I would say like naturally, yeah. I mean, their body kind of goes with the, kind of wakes up with the sun and kind of wants to go to sleep when the sun goes down. And that's something that I've noticed when I wasn't, tied to a schedule.
Yeah.
And I would come out of a job working graveyard, and just that's naturally just what happens.
Yep. That makes, because some people really are, and a lot of it is getting in touch with our whatever our normal cycle is. I think it's different for everybody.
Circadian rhythm.
You know what's
I think that's
funny?
what they call it.
Yeah, circadian rhythm. Yes, sir.
You know what's funny is my dog follows my sleep system. So my dog does what I do. So if I'm up at night sleeping during the day, my dog is doing exactly what I'm doing. It's fucking. I think that's funny. I find that funny.
Well, and real quick to the comment here, an hour's sleep before midnight is worth two after. Dick Gregory, who I've listened to like almost everything that he said on YouTube, literally. I've heard almost everything out there. And he said everything after midnight don't count, is what he said. And I don't know if that's part of the reason I go to bed so early, but that, and I'm not even, he's a bit hyperbolic. I'm not saying he's, he's exaggerating. He's a comedian, but that does tie into what Roy Duggan is saying here. So shout out to Mr. Duggan, by the way. Is this Snafu? Oh, it's Christos. Good deal. All right.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Every hour before 12 is worth worth double in the value. It's like in 2 hours. It's way better quality and good for your REM.
Yeah.
I get into the nitty gritty of the health aspects of it for sure.
With all
But
that weed that you smoke,
I've had-
Christos, do you still dream a lot?
No, I have trouble remembering my dreams as I want to, but I can have some pretty good dream recall if I put conscious effort into it. I used to lucid dream. But yeah, weed takes away from the dreams for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
I hate that. That's the one.
Yeah.
If anything, that's
One
like
thing.
that's a rewarding aspect of not smoking weed or eating weed. That's like the reward you can kind of look for is when you go to bed, you're gonna have a lot of crazy, vivid, intense dreams. Yep.
Yeah, man. Real intense after you take that break. Fucking wild.
Yeah, very clear, very clear. Really comes to you, and when you're in the dreams, it's very vivid and exciting. It really is on par with like living another life in your sleep. Some people say it gets exhausting though. There are people that get like too lucid, like they're always lucid dreaming. They're always aware that they're dreaming. So it's like, in a way, they're using more brain power by being conscious that they're asleep and in the dreams.
That's how
But I never got that deep into it, but that'd be crazy. Yeah, you got it. You
That's
got
how
it.
I feel, man.
What about the binaural beats? I used to sleep with the I used to have stereo speakers set up, and I used to sleep with the the brainwave entrainment.
Yep. Yeah, those are good. I like to use those 100%. I mean, you gotta find good ones. There's some bullshit out there, but
Oh, there's a lot of bullshit. There's a lot
I
of bullshit.
recommend the different frequencies. There's 2 channels I'll drop in the live chat.
Oh,
They're
cool.
like go-to. Yep. I use that shit for going to bed like all the time. I probably use it too much actually. Like I'm reliant on it now at this point.
You know anything
you
about
can-
that Hemi
you can
sync?
induce artificially. Yeah, like exogenously you can induce different brain waves through the hertz, the different
Yeah,
music,
absolutely.
different binaural beats. Hemisync, I just heard that recently. That's just like fusion of left and right, I thought.
Well, it's an actual
Right.
it's an actual company, and it's supposedly it's a technology.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
They
okay.
have
So
this-
this is with audio and sound.
Yeah. Yeah, and they have they sell it, but they have a thing called Focus 10, and I did this it's like this whole program, and I did that for a while, but then some of these conspiracy channels are now trying to say that the CIA came up with all that. that it's actually like probably
Man,
nefarious. But I'm talking about the actual Hemi Sync company. But I'm not even
yeah,
saying that.
okay.
I'm just saying I started seeing conspiracy videos. But I did because I'm a big I used to be a big downloader over the internet. I would go on like Usenet and news groups and just download everything. And so
Yeah,
I
right.
downloaded it like back in 2010 and just was like, okay, I'll do this thing. And it really did help with my focus. Like it helped me develop my focus and concentration, more than it would
Well,
otherwise. There's something to that for sure.
no, I think there's a legitimacy to the whole technique of what's going on with HemiSync. Yeah.
And it was a whole like guided program also, like almost like a self hypnosis type of thing combined with the binaural beats, if I'm saying that right. So yeah, there's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
stuff that people can do like for their brains. And I'm not a proponent of any of this stuff, but I like to talk about it. And I don't talk about it a lot because a lot of times people that I'm talking to don't know much about it, which is not a bad thing. I can tell Christos knows about a lot of this stuff, so I'm trying to get it all out while he's here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should calm down though and
You're
just let
just
it
a
happen.
you're just a crazy conspiracy theorist.
I am that.
The way you said that.
I am that.
You're a crazy conspiracy theorist, man.
I am, amongst other things. Yes, sir. Most definitely.
I thought you were a lot. Are you like in your 40s, Benton, or your 30s?
Oh, I'm effectively 50 at this point. Yeah, I'm an old man. I'm
Oh,
40. I'm 47.
yeah. I
Yeah.
thought you were like 30 something.
Oh,
You,
I'm very. That's the immaturity, but thank you, because I certainly look 47. Believe me. Yeah. But thanks, I appreciate it. No, that's the immaturity. I'm 18 in my brain, so that's good. I
that's
like
good.
that. I'm like a really mature 18-year-old. Yeah.
I don't know, Ben. I saw you in that sun this morning. You look pretty damn young.
Well, I
You
used
look
to,
good too, by
man.
the way.
I thank you, sir. Thank you. I used to look very young for my age, but now I actually look my age. To me, I think I do. But yeah, I used to look very young for my age. When I was 30, I could pass for 20, but those days are long gone. My hair is gray as fuck, y'all. Like gray as fuck. Yep. I like being old though, honestly. I like being 47, so it's not a big deal. And I'm dying of various illnesses, Christos. I don't know if you know that, but
It's
that's
time
Oh,
for you
wait.
to grow a big long gray beard. You gotta get that.
yeah.
That beard. Yeah, yeah.
I had a
Gotta-
big beard, yeah, when I went into truck driving, but I have the neck beard, so it was just a long neck beard. But yeah, maybe I'll do that again with a mustache. It's like a neck beard with a mustache. Yeah. But enough about me. But yeah, I am dying of various illnesses, Christos. But it's not a sad thing. I feel good most of the time, actually.
Uh-huh. Do you go to bed early? I missed that earlier.
Yeah, man, I'm asleep by 6:30. Almost, dude. I go to bed at like 4
Oh,
p.m.
wow.
I love it,
That's
man, because
awesome.
I lived in the streets, dude. I'm homeless. I've been homeless for like 15 years now, probably. But I lived in the streets, lived out of a backpack, and traveled all around the country for like 6 straight years. And I don't know if it was depression or what, because I don't really believe in depression. But at a certain point, I just started going to sleep super fucking early, especially in the winter, man. The sun. If I'm in Oregon and the sun's going down at like fucking 4:45, I'm just like, fuck it, pitch a tent, go to sleep. And I found I really enjoyed
Mhm.
it. Really enjoyed going to sleep early, so I've carried that into the truck driving. And I drive
That's
a truck.
good.
I drive a big rig, so I can, as long as I'm willing to argue with the company, I can pretty much keep my own sleep schedule. But they will try to flip it around on me. I just have to be, disciplined. Basically, with my illnesses, I'm not going to work past about noon most days.
Mm-hmm.
It's just how it is. But yeah, man, the sleep is a big deal. And when I heard you say you went to sleep at 8 p.m., I was like, okay, he's probably onto something. But again, not for everybody.
Yeah.
Like, my dad, dude, he gets energy like 6 p.m. I'm ready to go to sleep and he's all fired up and energetic. So, like, I think we all kind of naturally have our peaks and valleys to our energy cycle. If that's
Oh,
a
for
thing.
sure.
So it's not a one size fits all.
Yeah, for sure. That's right. Now, I will say, there was a period in my life where I was doing a lot of acid, where I would find myself staying up until 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. But That was always worth it. Other
Oh,
than that, yeah, I try
yeah,
to go to bed
yeah.
early.
Oh, when I was young, yeah, it's totally different. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. It's too much happening at nighttime to go to sleep early when you're a young person.
When you're tripping fucking balls.
Right.
I'm scared of it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared of LSD. I've eaten, the first time I ate mushrooms, I ate 3.5 grams, and they were pretty strong. But I was 35. I had a pretty strong sense of who I was, and I wasn't ever gonna like forget I was high on mushrooms. Like if it got too weird, I
Right.
could always be like, oh yeah, that's right, I ate some mushrooms. And
That's
sort of put.
good. Some people you
I
can
know.
go so deep that you can't do that. But that's good. You can ground yourself with that.
Oh yeah.
You can't reach that point where it doesn't matter how much you've affirmed that you're gonna fucking forget who you are and what's going on.
Well, and that I'm sure, and I did blast off on DMT once, which I'll never do again. I don't recommend that either, but I got a lot out of that. I mean, I'm glad I did it, but I don't feel the need to ever do that again.
How
You
old?
you probably
how
took the right amount then.
How old were you when you did DMT? I've never done DMT. That's one of the few things
Yeah.
I've done. How old were you?
Oh, it's probably close to 40. Probably 40. Yeah. Maybe 42. I don't know. I'm bad with remembering when things happen,
But you
but yeah.
you had a bad experience.
No, it wasn't bad at all. It actually was. I felt like it was good for the time and the setting, but in retrospect, it's like I got what I needed to get out of it. I feel like I just wouldn't ever do it again, me personally. That particular mushrooms, it's just hard for me to get mushrooms, and I'm not asking. Please, nobody, don't even mention it. I'm just saying, eventually I'll find some mushrooms, and that's what I need. That I can tell. That's what for me. That's what works. But like at least 5 grams on an empty stomach, and the whole thing. But I go off by myself
Mhm.
into nature, you know, deal with whatever I
Yeah.
got to deal with. Yeah, it's not fun. I mean, it's not for fun.
It's
No, no,
not.
no,
Yeah.
no, no, no.
Yeah.
It'll still be fun though.
That's usually what I do. If I do mushrooms, I'm by myself. And it's not fun. You have to reflect on yourself and fucking go through your thoughts and figure out who you are and all that. It's not fun, man. I've
Nope.
been there.
But yeah, eventually I'll probably. I mean, because last time I did mushrooms, a guy gave me about 7 grams, but I didn't realize that they weren't strong. So I should have eaten all of it, but I didn't quite get what I needed out of it because of the potency. But next time I'll probably just eat 7 grams, and just if it's too much, I'll just deal with it. Better too much than not enough, I think. But I'll be, like I say, I'll be off in the woods somewhere by myself. I won't really be able to hurt myself or anybody else if things go bad. Be nice to have a sitter though, obviously, but I'm not sure that would be in the cards.
Yeah, there's only been one time where I had a psychedelic experience like by myself. All the other times I was with either with one close friend or the very first time I blasted off on LSD, I was at a house party where I didn't know anybody except for the host and the roommate. So two people that I knew out of like 40 fucking people that were there. And I don't know, like I feel and that experience that I had there, because there was a point where the two people that I knew had left the party and I was sort of there just by myself in an area where I didn't know anybody. I'm in a uppity white people neighborhood. And yeah, I feel like if anybody else was in that particular setting and had the same experience, they would have probably had a bad trip, like a very, very bad trip, and maybe not even be able to recover from it because, it was just one of those things, the first time you're on acid, you're fucking tripping balls. There's nobody around you that you know. It's hard to keep yourself kind of grounded in that space. And, but I made out very well, though. It was one of the best nights I ever had.
Awesome.
Yeah, once it settles in, it's amazing. You gotta get your bearings. The problem is the research chemicals and things that they'll try to pass off as pure LSD that are not. And I've had things that probably weren't pure LSD, but they were fine, no bad effects. But I've had things that I know for sure were research chemicals, like N-bomb, that it's like psychedelic, but it's like hellish. It's like an amphetamine. I know I've done LSD and ended up doing amphetamines by accident. 100% because of
Wait,
the
you
way
mean-
my heart was beating.
Oh, so you had like okay, so you felt
I
different. It
thought I
made
was taking just buying acid from the guy that you were getting good acid from, and then all of a sudden you buy a strip and you cut off like three fat
Yeah.
tabs, and then you smoke a blunt. Then 20 minutes in, you feel like you're about to have a seizure or some shit, and your heart's racing, and the vision's already coming in. And like, yeah, research chemicals that are similar to LSD. You gotta watch out for that. It's assholes out here selling that shit.
Yeah, and me personally, I'm never going to just take random stuff where it's like it might be this thing, but it might be this other thing. I just won't do it. Me personally.
Hey,
I'm
yeah,
not
so
ever
thank
gonna do
God for
that.
test kits.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, super easy to get those nowadays.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
I just got lucky when I bought my LSD off the deep web. I bought a few tabs off of there, and it was good stuff. I got lucky, I suppose.
When you allegedly do that, you're damn near always gonna get real pure stuff. It's just how it goes. I know what you mean. What Jackie said about ketamine, my cousin had to have a surgery, pretty deep surgery, and they actually used ketamine to put him under. And he was on ketamine, like IV, actual IV drip of ketamine for multiple days. And he said it was one of the craziest trips that he's ever had. And it's just interesting because my cousin and I are big psychedelic heads to a certain degree. So when he told me that, I was like, yeah, what the fuck? Why are they putting me on ketamine? But he's like, okay, why not? I mean, he just went with it, like tripping for 3 days, going in and out. It's really weird that they use that as a anesthetic.
Well, it's because it's a dissociative, and like back in the day, I went and more or less memorized Arrowid.org or whatever that website is, and
Yup.
I think it'd be better if people who were going to do things, if they first understood what they're taking. Like it's in a class of drugs. It doesn't mean it's bad, but I think it's good to approach it understanding like it's generally in this group of substances that have these effects generally. A lot of people don't know that. They're just like, okay, I'll just take this thing. And it's like, all right, good luck.
Yeah, you said most people are certifiably insane or whatever you said earlier.
Yeah, de facto insane. And it is an anesthetic, by the way. Like it is considered an anesthetic. Ketamine is. So it just kind of makes sense for a medical situation, I guess. I'm assuming. I'm not a doctor. So
Yeah, that makes me think of salvia.
Well, exactly. And I was going to say that's also a dissociative.
Really?
Yeah, salvia is a dissociative. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
That's
See, I have
interesting.
no
You were going to bring
interest.
that up as well. We were both
Yeah.
going that direction. Okay.
Well, and I've never done either one, but again, I pretty much memorized that website
Me
back in the
neither.
day. So, I know I can just tell that's not for me. I'm not into. I can just tell that's not the way for me to go. But then you got people who took salvia because they could just go get it from their local tobacco shop. It's like, okay, well, you're just diving into a class of drugs that may not be for that individual. That's the way I view it. Like, well,
100%.
see what
Yeah.
happens.
That's the smart way to, go through it. Yep. I hear you on that. Yeah, I've been on like a salvia kick recently, really interested in that, reading about it and listening about it, trying to learn about it. I'm probably gonna read a book about it. And then I gotta go find a state that I got friends or family, and where salvia is legal because it's illegal in most of the states, but some of the states it's not, like Florida, I think, and Alaska. Like, there's different places where salvia is still legal, and I've just heard so many crazy things about that. It sounds actually
Yeah,
really
that shit is
scary.
crazy.
They're mostly horrifying trips,
That
but
should be illegal everywhere. That's not no.
South, yeah, it's just
Yeah.
pretty trippy, man.
Yeah. Don't.
I
Yeah.
smoked some of that stuff when I was in high school.
Me too, man. When I
Yeah,
fucking
it's
no,
oh shit.
definitely don't recommend. I mean, I can go through the list of drugs of things that are okay to maybe experiment with. Salvia would not be fucking one.
Well, but I think, but then we get into like, what is the person's mindset going into taking the drug? That makes a big difference. It can.
Yeah, the intention, the
that's usually the
dosage, the
issue.
mindset.
Yeah, versus just taking something and not really knowing what it is or what it's going to do to you.
A lot of you guys that did salvia had no idea what you were getting into when you did it, and those extracts that were
Hell
being
no.
sold at gas stations and head shops were like, that wasn't right. The potency that they were selling there, if that was really the like accurate dosage with those extracts and what they were claiming with the 70, 80, hundreds and 60s or 40s, I mean 10, 20 or 40 sounds good enough. Like 40 sounds crazy.
Yeah, that's
so
the
I
stuff
don't
I
know,
had.
just
It was
paying up.
10x. 10x is what we had. And we were smoking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the high lasted, for maybe like 3 to 5 minutes.
You become
But,
something else. You literally become like your consciousness gets ripped out of your body. There's a lot of things that can happen. Sometimes you're still in your body, but the whole room is warping, or like the wall is unzipping, and like time and space literally tear like in front of you, or like warp. And like I heard things about portals. I heard like the whole room becomes like fractalized and like spirals off to infinity. Like everything around you warps. I've heard people say that their arms become like putty or like silly string, that their arms and legs become like silly string and like start like elongating like noodles, like just like really absurd, almost cartoonish stuff, but like the classic psychedelic shit. Like you become a tree, or like all of a sudden you're the couch. It's really weird though, like Benton was saying, the dissociative effects and how it works on the opioid receptors, the kappa opioid receptors. It's a really strange classification of drug, to be completely honest, salvia.
Yep.
But yeah, it's very twisted, a lot of bad experiences, a lot of like just a lot of craziness. Like it's deeper than DMT, I think. I'm curious, Austin, what was the what was the extract that you did back when you did it?
This was my experience, man. This was my experience. I was in
Thank you. Let's get it.
I was like maybe like 16 or 17. I was in high school. I was in my friend's car in the passenger seat. He was in the driver's seat.
What's with you people smoking salvia in a moving car? Or wait, was it not moving?
No, we were parked. We were on a dirt road.
Okay.
Yeah,
Still.
No, we were on a fucking we were on this like dirt road that everybody basically goes to go do drugs in this small town. like this is the road. I don't know why there's a designated fucking road that everybody goes to go fucking smoke weed or get drunk or whatever, but it's one of those roads. So we're sitting there. He has salvia, and it looks like black, like tar. It looked like, from what I remember, it looked like if you shredded up a fucking car tire. That's what the fuck it looked like.
Oh shit!
Fuck? Hold on.
That's my memory of it.
Wait,
anyway,
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
So I took
20 seconds.
I'm sitting there in the passenger seat. I took a fucking hit, and everything just turned black. I couldn't see anything. Everything turned black, and he was talking to me. It was a quick trip. It was like a 30 or 45-second trip.
Okay.
So he's talking to me in my ear, and all I wanted to do was fucking punch him. That's all I wanted to do. I don't know why. I had no reason. I had no fucking reason. I just wanted.
Well, you probably hella agitated with you.
I just wanted to just fucking beat his ass. He wasn't.
You smoking salvia with two friends in a car.
Huh? You're quiet. You're silent. Hello, Christos. Your volume down. Anyways, fucking. I took a hit of this fucking
Hey, you hear me now? Yeah, my bad. I was just saying you're in a car, a compact car with two other people smoking something like salvia,
One
like
other person. One
type
other.
of.
One other person. It was
Oh,
my
okay.
friend fucking
Well,
Sterling. He was the driver.
right. I
So anyway,
understand though why you would want to punch him though. Honestly,
yeah,
if this
no
like
reason.
dude's talking while you're having that type of experience and saying bullshit.
Wait, what?
I understand why, like, I mean, it makes sense if you think about it. If your friends like yapping and you're having this multi-dimensional like breakthrough, crazy spiritual experience, you're seeing the blackness, then
But
the
it
void.
wasn't. It wasn't nothing multi-dimensional. It wasn't like doing LSD. I've done
Yeah,
acid.
Bro, when everything goes
LSD.
black, you're
LSD.
tapping into another fucking world, bro. Whether
LSD
you
is
want
not
to
a dis-
realize that or not.
LSD is a different class of drugs, so of
I'm
course it's
just
nothing
trying to
like
explain
LSD.
fucking experience, you fucker. Everything fucking black, and when he spoke, it made me angry, and I wanted to fucking punch him, and I didn't. And then 30 seconds later, the fucking trip ended, and that was it. That's all. That's what happened.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because people talk about the blackness where everything goes black, or like blackness starts closing in or like spreading out from the middle, and like they can have their eyes open, but they can't see anything but black. That sounds pretty scary, but I've heard that from people with DMT and salvia. That's weird, man. That's
Mhm.
weird. Talk about looking
Yeah,
behind the
I didn't
curtain.
have. Yeah, I ain't have nothing like that. That's fucking wild. But I mean, the
Right.
stuff that I had, it didn't even look like that. We got it from a smoke shop, and it just looked like a bunch of crushed up leaves. You know, like like you went
Hmm.
outside and grabbed a bunch of leaves and just crushed it up and put it in a bag. That's what it looked like. And I took a few hits, and I mean, it wasn't really nothing too crazy. It was just, we were just giggling. Me and my friends were just giggling, and the only type of visual that I had was like everything. It was kind of like LSD. Everything just kind of got HD or like 4K, more HD, and
Oh,
things
okay.
kind of got and things kind of. It was like I was in a fisheye lens. That's everything kind of warped in a little bit, and I was
Interesting.
experiencing that for about a minute, and then that was it. Wasn't nothing crazy.
Cool. Yeah, I like the sound of that. I've heard that type of stuff. Yeah, where it's like it's kind of subtle, right? Yeah, things get high definition. You feel high, kind of. Yeah, like things are funny. But it's not like your room is unzipping and you're going into another
No,
realm, right? Yeah, because I don't
it
know if
wasn't nothing
I'm.
like that.
Yeah, I don't know if I would want that anytime soon for real. I've had my crazy experiences. I don't think I need to do salvia and fucking, become an inanimate object or fucking get ripped out of my body and shit. That shit's too much, man. I understand why they made that illegal everywhere. I still want to try it where it's legal, though, whenever I get the chance. That's for sure.
Oh fuck.
What are you eating? Or is it strawberries? Is that it look good? Hella good. Making me want to eat
No,
early.
no, I eat because of my health issues. I have to eat a very specific diet, so I'm very limited in what I can consume, or I become sick, very sick.
Oh,
Just
okay.
yeah. So
Well, it
I
still
switched
looks
it up.
fire.
Yeah, it's just canned vegetables with some what is it? The sardines. I usually have tuna, but I switched it up today. Sardines.
Oh my God, you're gonna have me eating breakfast. I never eat breakfast.
Yeah, I usually used to not be a breakfast person either, but now I have to sort of split my food up into smaller meals. So just doing what I got to do so to get through it. I take a lot of herbs and supplements also,
Oh yeah, you
like
take
a like a
magnesium.
like a lot. No, I take I have 3 different forms of magnesium right here, right now. Yeah, like the amount of stuff I take on a daily basis is bananas, man. It's crazy.
I heard that. Yeah.
Because with my income, I spend like $200 a week on herbs and supplements. It's kind of crazy. Yeah,
What's use iodine at all?
yeah. I actually just took some. Yep.
Nice. That's
Yep.
what's up, dude. Yeah, iodine and magnesium. I was just telling my buddy the other day. Those are like the ones I would highly recommend if I had to recommend any supplements. Iodine and magnesium, something that everyone's probably deficient in
Mhm.
society.
Yeah, I do the kelp version because I've done the atomic iodine in the past, and I think it's beneficial in some ways, but I don't know. Get into the whole decalcification of the pineal gland type of ideas.
With magnesium?
No, iodine,
Oh,
atomic
with iodine.
in the nascent form. Like the tincture form.
Yep.
Like I think that's a big part of why I initially started having problems functioning in society. Is I started taking atomic iodine, and I think it really did do something to my pineal gland. Like I'm not even kidding. Yeah, that was years ago. Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's deep. Wow.
Well, I believe all that shit. I'm the type of person, I read it and I just believe it. And whether it's like the placebo effect is real. Like a lot of this stuff works because I really believe it's going to work. Like
It's
there
that
is something to that.
synthesis.
What's that?
It's that synthesis of it is objectively true, but you're also directing that conscious attention and energy that it's true, and that placebo effect plays in as well.
Yeah, I have a strong belief.
They compound. I was just talking with my buddy about this last night. The idea that you could believe something to be, but what if in like objective reality it's not that at all? Like, eating crap food, but having the mentality that it's not bad for you. How effective is that when it's actually bad food, but you're keeping that mentality? Like, well, it's a give and take. Both play in. They both synthesize into each other. So like, that's why you have to like, follow and honor objective truth, but you also have to give that conscious attention and belief that it is true, and that reaffirming that it's true, to really even put it into further effort, and compound it. It's objectively true, but you got that placebo effect of you believing that it's true, working with its objective truth as well. We don't want to become out of balance. That's the ungrounded energy of thinking you can just think your way through and placebo everything and not
We're
adhere to
manifesting, baby.
reality. Right,
Yep.
right. To come full circle, what we were saying earlier.
Yeah, and the manifesting is a thing for sure, but I don't know that it works the way that some people think it works. Because I've used it a lot, the actual law of attraction. I don't mean the book, The Secret. I mean the actual law of attraction. But there's a lot more involved than just what's, setting an intention. That's part of it, obviously, but there's way more to it than that. But it's real. I mean, it works. In my experience.
Right.
Yeah, thoughts, intention, and action.
Exactly. And, being in the right place at the right time. And then I've talked about on this channel, one of the things I talk about a lot is in American society and Western culture, we're indoctrinated that anything we want to accomplish, we go out and seize the day, carpe diem. We want to achieve everything through the masculine or the yang energy. Whereas if you're going to actually manifest and use the law of attraction, and some of the time that will only happen if we know how to get out of our own way and let it come to us. But it will never fully come through. It's both forms, basically. So Americans, we want to go out and do everything assertively and aggressively. But then, like kind of the Ian type of vibe, that's more of a just like wait for it to show up. Like you're not going to ever get there. It has to be, again, the balance, using both forms of the energy, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, I'm going to have to get off my ass and actually do something no matter what. But I can't get there. But I can't get there just by being assertive and aggressive.
Right.
There's a limit to that.
Resistance makes stronger.
There's a limit to that.
Yeah, smarter, not harder. Resistance makes stronger. I know what you mean. It's Wei Wu Wei. You ever heard of Wei Wu Wei?
No.
I think it's I don't know if it's like Taoist. Man, yeah, look up Wei Wu Wei. It's like
All
the
right.
yin yang, but kind of like put into motion. It's like the yin yang in motion. That's a good way to put it. And maybe that's
Okay.
that's a little abstract, but it's like it's a principle. Wei Wu Wei is a principle of like flowing with life. Wax on, wax off.
Yep.
You know, not applying that pressure when it's not even going to help you. It's just going to make it harder.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something I've gotten. That's not
It's
my
finesse.
forte. Yep.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
it.
Well, I know what you mean, and some of this stuff I had to become older to even be able to try to practice. Like when I was 20, there's no chance of me trying to practice some of this stuff. It just wasn't possible. But I'm looking up. I'm looking now that I'm older. I have an opportunity. But then I noticed some of the younger folks, are able to, figure some of this stuff out a little earlier. Like, and I think that's with Paul Enslaved. That's at his age, he seems to be pretty far along for where he, for his numerical age anyway.
Yeah, and it's definitely inspiring, man. I've been told by people that are older than me in their 40s that if they had the knowledge that I have at my age, it would have done them a lot of good. So
Oh yeah.
I need to be I need to have gratitude that I've come to some of the points and realizations that I've come to at the age I have.
Yeah, absolutely. And then like with me and the older folks, and now that I'm one of them, like the generation gap is a real thing. But I'm a Gen X, and my parents are baby boomers, and what I've noticed in the older people is they look at the negatives of the younger generations in comparison to their generation, but they don't realize that when they were young, they were better. So like baby boomers, when they were 18 years old, they had skills, talents, and abilities that their parents' generation didn't have. So I'm the type of person, I see that pattern. So it's the same thing with me when I was Gen X. I'm looking at my parents' generation. I'm like, well, there's these things we're just better at than they are. So when I look at the younger generations, I already know based on that pattern, there's certain things they're better at than my generation. But I don't necessarily like know what those things are. So I'm always keeping my eyes open and observing because I want to see what I can learn from the younger generation, but not necessarily through them teaching me directly, but like I'll watch what they do and be like, oh, okay, they just naturally sort of do these things. And I can, if I watch what they're doing, maybe I can learn from it. That's how I tend to approach it.
That was
It's a good approach.
very well said.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's how I learned throughout most of my life, just by watching others and knowing what not to do.
Yes, sir.
Well, but the egoism of the older folks is that, well, they're older, so therefore they have to know more. And I'm like, with my dad's generation, I'm like, no, there's a lot of stuff. Like my dad is just now starting, the internet's sending ideas at him. He's starting to talk about the universe. And like, dude, he showed up one day and was like, said, I'm a Sigma male. And I'm like, but like dude, he was captain of the football team and like, he was president of his class in school. I'm like, this is a stereotypical alpha male. It's like, but I'm patient with him, but at a certain point I'm like, what are you talking about, man? You're not a fucking Sigma male. Like, what is this? But like to him, like, what could I know? Because I'm 20 years younger. And because for these older people, like, they're so locked into these mentalities of they have to know more because they've been here longer. And it's like, that's not really a thing. They know more in certain ways, but there's a lot of things they don't know anything about. Same thing with my generation. There's a lot of shit we just don't know nothing about that the younger generations will. And also the younger generations get to see the bad example of the older generation. So if younger generations have Gen X parents, they know exactly what's wrong with Gen Xers, because that's what they saw growing up. They know exactly what the fuck's wrong with us. I mean, these are all real things, man. And then we get into ego versus humility. Like, can a person actually just accept these things? Like, oh, okay, well, yeah, of course these youngsters are better than us in certain ways. Like, how could they not be?
Yeah,
That's
the
deep.
number on your age is of absolutely no barometer of your experience and your wisdom and what you know. It
I
has nothing to
agree.
do with it, for the most
I
part.
agree. Yeah, and I learned a lot from younger people when I was living in the streets. I would occasionally, like, I might meet somebody in their 20s who was on some really deep stuff, you know, and I would be able to learn from them. But not if I'm egoic. I have to be humble, right? Like, imagine being corrected by somebody 20 years younger than you. It's like, fuck, dude, am I really? He's right though. It's like, am I going to be able to accept this in the moment? You know, that's
See, I
not an
never really
easy thing,
understood
man.
that. I never
Not
understood
easy.
that. For me, that was always an easy thing. Like, I accept when I'm wrong. If you can show me where I'm wrong, and if it's true, then hey, I'm wrong. Thank you. Now I've
Yeah.
learned.
Well, I think for me, what was modeled is that correction will only come from someone older. I think that for me, that was the tough part is, but then I also saw that older people don't listen to me. So it's like, now I'm the older person. Am I going to get over myself and listen to the young person? Or am I going to repeat what they did to me when I was younger and they wouldn't listen to me either? Because, oh, what do you know, kid? What could you know? Which is bullshit, man. It's fucking bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back. I'm going outside for a cancer stick.
Oh, yes. Enjoy, sir.
I was just
Anyway,
talking about tobacco. Yes. What's up?
oh, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was just talking about tobacco yesterday with people about organic, clean, real tobacco versus cigarettes. Big
Oh,
difference.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Nice. Nice. What do those cost in Vegas, Rob?
If you go to like Dottie's, one of those like gambling halls, are maybe like $8, but at like a convenience store, like $10.
That's what
ten
I was
$11.
guessing. I was guessing 10. Yeah. Wow. Eight's not too bad, I guess. Woo.
Yeah, I can get them for like 8 to 9 at the head shops near me. Yeah, I like American Spirits because they make organic blends. You
Yep.
get the rolling, loose tobacco for rolling your own.
Yep. I've never been a
Powerful.
smoker myself, but yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
No.
good.
Well, my parents were Jehovah's Witnesses, and they literally kick you out for smoking cigarettes. So that's. I used to think I was better than other people, but it's like actually a cult programmed me not to smoke cigarettes. So that's probably why that happened. I'm assuming. Because I'm from
Yeah,
Arkansas,
that's
dude.
interesting.
Dude, a 47-year-old from Arkansas is pretty much everybody's a smoker for the most part. So yeah, the fact that I'm not is probably because I was programmed not to be. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually, it's funny you say that. I used to feel that I was like superior to people because I didn't smoke cigarettes. But then I ended up like smoking American Spirits, which is American Spirits are always going to be better, but even American Spirits uh they're not like all completely organic. You have to get the gold or the turquoise. And I think there's another kind. You got to get some specific colors if you want to get the fully organic blends, whether it's
Yep.
rolling or already rolled. And then I got questions about those papers that they roll it up in as well. It's like I
Yeah,
usually
see me, I'm a
don't use
nigga.
that.
I need menthol.
Ooh, I hear
Yeah.
you, bro. I used to smoke them. Yep, I used to
Yeah.
smoke them.
Well, Rob is culturally obligated to smoke menthols. that was a joke. I don't know if Rob heard me, but yeah.
No, oh, okay. I thought you walked away already.
No, I heard you. I was
Yeah.
laughing.
Okay.
I was
Good.
on mute because I'm outside. It's windy.
Okay. Good.
Dude, that's it. I like that he has that job. I would have that type of job where you hop on streams while you're in the downtime of the shift.
Hell yeah, man. Well, and I do.
Honestly, that's what I do already at my job I have now, cleaning. But sometimes I mean, sometimes I need to get in the zone and focus, but I can do
Well,
it a lot.
I'm usually driving the truck this time of morning and live streaming at the same time.
Yo, I love that. That's super cool. Yeah, I didn't realize. It took me a minute to realize. I remember I'd see you in chats, certain areas, certain channels. I don't know if it was Paul's or someone else's, but that's when I thought you were like some 20 or 30-year-old I don't know, dude. Like Breaking Bad vibes or something. I don't know what was going on, and then I started seeing that you did lives, and I like that you put effort into the thumbnails. Like this last one, the last two that you did, I
I didn't
recognize.
I didn't do those. That's chalk body outline.
Okay, well, hey, shout out to him. That's cool. I like
Yeah.
them. Yeah.
Oh, dude, he's great. He's the best there is, as far as I'm concerned. You know his channel, Chalk Body Outline?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
he did those. Yeah, I think he's the best at it personally. So he's been
shout out
nice
to
enough.
him because those are good.
Yeah, I
I
love
think
him.
Michelle Moretti is the best at making memes and
Who?
thumbnails.
Who?
Michelle Moretti, she does
Oh,
most of the things for Paul. Most of his
yeah.
thumbnails are done by
Probably
her.
heard that somewhere. Yeah. I want to get more hip with it, dude. I want to be able to make those. I can do some. I need to hone my editing skills though. I like to learn more Photoshop.
See, I just since I have a decent, I make a decent amount of money, and then I don't have expenses really since I live in the truck. So I just give him donations. I just give Drew donations, and he keeps making the thumbnails. So it's not a formal agreement, but as long as he keeps making them, I'll keep giving him donations. See how it goes.
Yeah. I like that there's people in the communities that, are out here making the memes for people and thumbnails. That's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Get in where you fit in, and I'm hoping more people over time will start, you know, collaborating in that way. And but also like if we have, if the person has resources, pay them for their time also. But I sort of have it's a luxury for me because I lived with basically no money for so many years. I'm still just kind of surprised that I can even pay for stuff on some level.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I didn't have a job for like 10 years and I literally was homeless and lived out of a backpack, traveled around. So,
Wow.
yeah, dude, had food stamps and then whatever I could panhandle. And then occasionally I would do day labor because it's just hard to find casual labor. It's possible, but it's not like as easy as people might think. You just show up and do a day's work and get paid that day, just randomly travel while I'm traveling. But I loved it, man. I loved it. I went to 40 states before I ever drove a truck.
Dang. Okay.
Yeah, man. Six straight years of that, and
No,
off and
I can
on
see.
for 10. What?
You got it. You got it.
No, I was just saying that off and on for 10 years and 6 straight years of that. But yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying I could see myself out there driving trucks one day.
Well, the truck driving part of it is you just see the interstate and the truck stop, generally speaking. But it's a good way to make money and still be able to use your brain because even if I'm not live streaming, it's just I have a lot of hours to be like deep in thought. And there's something about driving that lends itself to just thinking,
Well,
something to that.
it primes you for the flow state.
Yes,
It's meditative.
correct. Yes, sir. That's right. That's exactly what it is. And then audiobooks. I have like 100 audiobooks on my audible.com and there's a lot of things to do, while I'm driving. So I like that part of it. It's a terrible industry, though. I don't recommend it to anybody. It's awful. Yeah, it's terrible, terrible
Yeah.
industry. Real bad. Yeah, real bad. Very bad.
Dang. Okay.
Yeah, very bad.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, just so you know, I mean, it's just not good. But if one can tolerate it, it's a really good way to make money and also be able to do other shit. And I don't have, a wife or I don't have a house. Dude, I have no desire to have a house or an apartment ever again.
It's
Me
that
personally.
nomadic vibe.
Yeah, in a way, yeah. Yeah. Something about modern life is just too comfortable. And I was 35 before I ever lived unconventionally. So it's like I have a whole life, previous life, nothing like the present life. So why do I need to keep doing that? My attitude is why do I need to keep living the way I used to live? I just don't see the point. 35 years was enough, man. Yeah, 35 years was long enough. And
Yeah,
then
that's
it
deep,
all,
bro.
well,
You grew
but
up in the Jehovah's Witness, you said, right?
no, I wasn't. My parents were. See, that's what's diabolical is I never believed that bullshit. I was raised in the religion, but I didn't.
Oh,
It was
okay.
not my religion. No, no, no.
Right, right.
They didn't ask me what I thought. They said, "Here's what you will do." It's very authoritarian in that way. Yeah. Oh yeah. Big time. And then being from the South and being from Arkansas, the culture was that way anyway. It was a very, you know, the culture forced the Bible on people, and then this was that on steroids, you know. So by the time I was like 12 years old, I was like, "There's no way I'm doing this as an adult. Like, no fucking way am I living this way when it's up to me." So then it was like 5 more years of just having to go along with it to some degree. Yeah, crazy, man, crazy.
It's deep.
And the stuff people do, it's like, why even do that? It's just, I don't understand. Now, I did get a lot of benefits. Like, they trained me in public speaking. You know, I had to go knock on doors and talk about religion, which was pretty traumatic. But in the long run, it's probably why I can sit here and just talk to you guys, you know, as part of that whole thing. But,
Wow, that you know, it really adds to the character of who you become later on when you can
yeah,
experience those deep things early on.
yeah.
That's
And not,
intense.
yeah, it was intense. And, you know, back in the day, I grew up in an environment like in Arkansas. We used to joke that we were 10 years behind California, but it was really 20. So I mean, I basically grew up in damn near 1950s. I mean, it was very close to that culturally. It's a time warp, man, and it's just back then. Like when I was a child, I was literally seen and not heard. That's what they called it. They said kids are seen and not heard. Like it was it's so much different than today, man. Like it's way different, and it's not all bad. You know, it's not all bad, but nobody was concerned about like what what traumas is he being subjected to. Like it's not even a factor, you know. It's just like everybody's trauma. That's life, you know. That was code for life.
Yep.
So, but then in order to be an effective human, you know, in the modern age, I've found it necessary to deal with whatever my personal bullshit has been, and that's where the mushrooms come in. That it helped a lot with that, certainly. Mushroom. Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
feel you,
others,
man.
yeah.
I feel like I'm sort of in that time warp as well because you know I was raised by my grandmother who was born in '54 from Louisiana, and
There you go.
my stepfather who was born in '60, he's from New York. So I you know I kind of get I'm sort of in that same space with you, Ben.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm not saying that's better, or I'm saying what we have now is worse. It's just way different. Way different.
Well,
So
I'll jump out the window and say it's much worse now.
in some ways it is. I agree. Because I say like with a child, they're better with too much discipline than not enough. But you know, that's my opinion. But dude, where I grew up, pretty much everybody got a spanking every day. Like, I'm not even kidding, man. Like, dude, it's just hardcore, man. And my parents were raised that way, you know. So, like, what the fuck? But I would never hit my kids, you know. If I had children, I'm not going to spank my kids. So, see, I'm a combination of like the old and the new in that way. It's like, you know, you can correct the child without hitting them, but if somebody hits their kid, that's not my business necessarily. But I'm talking about like on the rear end, like with a belt type of thing.
Yeah, that's what
Right,
I got.
right.
I got the wooden back scratcher. That's what I would get when I was young.
Yeah,
Wooden back scratcher.
yeah, yeah. So I don't know, man. But then I saw both my sisters had kids when they were in their early 20s, and they were very like kind of almost like mean to their kids. And I'm like, my parents were probably mean to me, you know. It's like I would have just modeled. I'm sure I would have fell into the same thing, you know. So I'm kind of glad I broke that cycle, at least in my life, you know. And now that I'm older, I'm never going to have children, but you know, it becomes a cycle after a while. You know, it's just the you know the child has it done to them, and they grow up, and then they do it to the next generation. Unless somebody's just like, hey, do we have to continue to do this thing? Like, at least question it. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, that's sort of what I've been doing. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm ever gonna have children. I mean, it's sort of this
I'm
back and
never
forth
having
push.
kids.
It's this push pull war that I have within myself. It's like I sort of want one, just at least one, but at the same time, I don't really find myself too distraught if I don't end up having one. But you know, I don't know.
Yeah, I
That's an
don't think I'm gonna
interesting.
ever have kids.
How old are you, Christos, if I may ask?
I'm 25.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm. My girlfriend that I have right now, she doesn't want kids. I don't want kids, so it's a good deal so far.
How old is she?
She's 23.
That might change as she gets older.
Well,
That's
I
just what
mean,
happens biologically.
they can
Most women.
think whatever they want. Their body wants a baby. I mean, that's just how it is. But I understand her intellectually choosing not, but biologically they desire that, whether they admit it or not. And well, as a man, I'll never know for a fact. But that's what I think anyway. If that
Oh, I
means
know what you mean. I hear
yeah.
you on that. I know what you mean. But I mean, she's even said that babies are like parasites. Not like human. I mean, like the concept. Certain concepts of having a baby. She says it almost seems like parasitic to her, which kind of when I say it that way, it makes me think. It's like my girlfriend's kind of an alien, honestly. Uh, she's on that. She's from another dimension type shit. You know what I'm saying? So like, I wouldn't put it past her that for real, she really truly feels that having a baby would be like having some type of parasite in your body. I know that's twisted to say. It's like messed up to a certain degree, but like I know what she means. And when you look at the processes in nature, I know there's a symbiosis, but there's also a certain like natural parasitism that's going on with you being a host for another being. You know, the
Yeah.
idea of being a host. I mean, just even that wording is kind of. But anyway, I'm not trying to be like negative or like anti you know beings or humans or whatever or children, but my girl's pretty dead set on no kids, and I am as well for real. So I feel like I'm in good hands right now. I understand things could change though in the future on
Oh
my
yeah.
end or her end. I can see that.
Well, I will say, based on what I've observed, if a person's going to have kids, they're way better off just doing it around the age of 20 and just figuring it out. That's what I've seen versus trying to be older and do it.
Yeah, okay, right. I know what you
Just
mean with
just
that.
just dive in and figure it out. That's
It's like
that.
more natural in a
Yeah,
way.
I think so. Yeah, that's just my opinion. But then Rob, at his age, he could find a 20-year-old woman, and then it's still, you know, it's.
Yeah, that's not what I'm. That's not what I
I'm just,
desire, though.
but I'm just saying, like, it's for the man. It's really never too late in some ways. That's really more for the woman going into that around the age of 20. That's what I'm not applying that to you, Rob. I'm just
Okay.
saying that,
No,
like, dude, like whatever 20-year-old woman would want anything to do with me, that would just be weird. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't want to be, you know, just be strange. Like who's this old guy, But
yeah, and I mean, me being into older women, I think that sort of plays into this push pull war that I have within myself of do I want a child, do I not? Because I know if I get with an older woman, generally I know that's not going to happen. Because I like them, 40 and up. That's but
How old
yeah.
are you,
I don't
Rob?
know. I am 29, freshly 29.
I hear you, bro. I've been with women in their 40s. In my early 20s. I hear you on that.
What you
It's
laughing
wild.
over there about?
What?
Because I relate to both of you motherfuckers.
Okay.
I relate to all you motherfuckers, man.
It's just the primordial savage, you know. It's just what it is.
There you go. That's a good way to put it.
Dude, ape. We take it to the gorilla vibes, like Paul talks about.
The chimpanzees, yeah.
I'm dead. I love that edits were made of like the white gorilla
Yeah.
and Lou Bass telling the green fauna or whatever.
Yeah. Shout out to Carl who made that. Yeah, he made
I didn't have a mama.
that.
Blue Bass is talking lush green forests.
Yeah. Dude. Genius.
Fucking hilarious, dude.
Truly.
Well, and my channel doesn't get credit for that, but that happened when Carl, the guy who made those videos, was hanging out over here a lot when he made all that stuff.
Carl the Antediluvian
Yeah.
King.
Yeah,
What does
he
that
used,
even mean?
Kang.
I don't have any. I have no idea, but he was going by Thought Respecter, THOT Respecter.
Oh, that's who that is? Oh,
Yeah, it's the
Jesus
same person.
Christ,
Yes, same.
man.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Dude, that's
dude.
what I'm saying about. But that's what I'm saying about the chat trolls. Like, you just gotta let them do what they do, because like good stuff comes out at some point. But yeah,
But what kind of a man respects a hoe when hoes don't even respect each other?
but I don't know what that's what I'm saying is I don't know what that even means. I know what I kind of know what that means, but I don't know what he means by that. It's like my thumbnail is probably confusing to some people. It's like I don't really know what it means, but there's something there. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Antediluvian that's like something with Africa, I think. The antediluvian.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't even bothered to try to Google it.
I've heard that word. I've heard that terminology before of antediluvian, or however it's said. I'm curious now. I think I've heard it in like rap songs or something.
Of or belonging to the time before the biblical flood.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds right.
What is an antediluvian person? A very old-fashioned or out-of-date, antiquated, primitive, antediluvian ideas.
And that's what he calls himself? That's ridiculous.
Yeah. But it's got to be some kind of joke. Like, I don't think it's.
It is. It's a joke because Kang is in there as well. You put those two together, it makes sense.
Yeah, like we was Kangs. It's a meme. It's a meme. It's become a meme.
In a time before, right?
Yeah. Well, and then the whole Thought Respecter thing. Like when he made that first video about Paul, it was he used Jeopardy as the theme, the TV show Jeopardy, and like the contestants was me, this guy JG who's on this channel, and he's on other channels also, and then Thought Respecter. But Thought Respecter was visually portrayed as like a femboy, but a girl, but what's in my opinion what was being implied was like a femboy type. So you get into somebody who, but this person knows they're playing with various concepts. It's not. They're not saying this is what I am necessarily, right? For me it's interesting. Well, but it's
typically
it's like layers of memes and trolls all combined at the same time. So I think it's too much. It's too simple to just say, "Oh, that's a troll." It's like, yeah, that it is, but it's also other things. But I'm not smart enough to figure it out, so I enjoy like the thought, like trying to figure it out over time. Like, what is this person? I can tell they're doing something, but I don't know what they're doing. It's interesting, and I'm not offended. So because Lord knows if I was offended, he'd be making videos about me. Like part of the reason why he makes videos about Paul is that Paul's, like calls him out and spazzes out a little bit about, the actual. But then the troll is just like, well, it's just words, man. What's the big deal?
Well, Paul said that he liked the videos, so and he said probably Carl's not going to make any more videos because he likes them.
Exactly.
Which that's fucking like that's so like such a low life thing, you know, like I don't know. I find no honor in that.
But
No
that's the
I know what
trouble.
you mean,
respectability.
Rob.
It's
You're on
internet
point with
culture.
that.
It's internet culture though. Like in part, and that is what the internet is on some level. I'm not saying that it's honorable or
Yeah.
to be respected. It's like me watching a sitcom. I don't view it through the lens of is this honorable or to be respected. Like I'm watching Three's Company. You know, I'm not really concerned with like how did the writers live their lives. You know, it is entertainment, man. For me,
Well, no,
I'm here for
it's
entertainment.
the fact that he is trying to troll somebody, and then when the troll doesn't get the reaction that he wants, it's like, oh, okay, now I'm done with you. Since you like it, I'm not gonna keep on going with it. Like, go fuck yourself.
Well, what he's going to do is he's going to move on and find somebody else who's bothered by it
He's
and do
probably
it
gonna
to
go
them.
on to me now.
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, but I'm the same way. I would, if it's funny, I'm gonna laugh at it. You know, I mean,
Yep.
funny trumps all.
I agree. I agree.
I might have to put on my uniform and get ready to engage in another great meme war.
Well, see, and that's what this is. See, there was somebody else that called themselves Thought Destroyer. So thought he created Thought Respecter.
THOT.
Yeah, THOT. Yeah. So you had
Oh,
Thought
it's right there.
Destroyer.
My bad.
So then Carl was like, "I'll be Thought Respecter then." Oh, you're so if you anybody ever watched that Vice documentary about Liberia? Did y'all ever see that?
No.
Well, you had
No.
there were these African warlords, and like one of them was General Mosquito because you know mosquitoes carry malaria and they're very deadly. So this other guy was like, "Well, I'm General Mosquito Spray." Like he took like the
Oh my
opposite
God.
form. Yeah, he just took the opposite form, right? Yeah, like it's funny, man. Like and we don't always know the backstory because like apparently Truther Cop just like attracted these trolls and like brought them over here. One day Truther Cop was just like, "Hey man, here my trolls are. You chat, have fun." And I was like, "What?"
Oh, that was when you made that the MAGA crowd, right, or something like that.
Oh no, this was way before that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, yeah, he tried to sick the MAGAs on the fucking MAGA bozos on me. That's how I ended up getting into it, Provo Kid, because I was trying to let the MAGA bozos know that we're not having that around here. So
Bozo kid.
I was going off on Trump and MAGA in general.
Bro, I almost fell out of my chair laughing so hard when you said Bozo kid the first time. I was dying.
Yeah.
Wait, is Provo Kid a MAGA?
No. He got caught up in that whole. I had an energy around that. He got caught up in that, and then I ended up spurging out for like an hour and a half. And eventually, he wanted to come on and like talk to me, and I didn't want to talk to him. So eventually, I just let him come on solo, and he hosted the show for like 30 minutes. It was actually kind of great in a way, I think. 'Cause I really didn't want to talk to him. I don't have to talk to everybody, do I? I mean,
I love that there's all these different people on here. It's just like there's new communities and new people by the day.
Christos,
What's up?
what kind of music did you listen to like in high school? Like was it like mostly like rock and shit? Or?
It was mostly rap, and that was like really culturally influenced as well. Really just because like it wasn't like pop rap. It wasn't like the mainstream stuff per se, but I was definitely listening to rap just because it was like the cool thing to listen to growing up.
Listen to Hollywood Undead.
You know, I had a couple different people that were older than me, people that are in their 30s now, that told me years ago that they thought I might like them, or they asked me if I listened to them. I just know that they wore masks and they did some type of rap, and they're an older like group. I don't know
I was
a lot
just
about them.
curious because I had a lot of friends that listened to them fucking when I was in high school, and I remember that name from like 12 or 13 years ago. I remember fucking Yeah, and then fucking yesterday, bro, I found out that freaking Jeffrey Phillips.
Shady Jeff.
Oh,
Jeffrey Phillips, yeah, bro. I found
what
out
about Jeff?
original one of the original band members of Hollywood Undead. I was like,
He
what
knew
the fuck?
he knew one of them.
No, Jeffrey Phillips is one of the original members.
Founders. Yeah.
Yeah, Jeffrey Phillips is one of the original dudes from Hollywood Undead. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well,
I believe.
I think
yeah.
I heard this. I think I remember hearing this actually a while back, and I didn't really think much of it afterwards. What the fuck?
I know.
It helps explain the arrogance and the narcissism, perhaps. Well, I mean, it's not just based on nothing. It's not just arrogance based on nothing. He's at least done something, right?
I don't know. I just thought it was funny.
Wait, what? So is he like? He's one of the founding members. Like he was one of the dudes wearing the mask.
So I don't know.
You know, I thought you. Are you saying like he was the manager for them or some shit? What do you mean? He was one of the rap
The original
members?
guys. I've Googled it for the past I don't know.
That's why he's got his cool thumbnail and 4,000 subs.
He's one of the original guys, and he got kicked out. And apparently, they fucking used his music. So I don't want to get deep into it, but
no, I think I know a little bit about it already. You're good.
Yeah. So basically, he could fucking sue the fuck out of him if he wanted to, because it's all copyright.
Wow.
Anyways, I don't know.
I knew there was something about Jeff.
On this
Yeah. Okay.
This is all new knowledge to me, but yeah.
So he's Shady Jeff then, right?
Yeah, he's Shady
I,
Jeff.
I went to their Wikipedia page and he's listed as a past member. If that's him, Shady Jeff.
Yep, he's listed as Shady Jeff. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The more you know, right?
Yeah, man. I had no idea. Well, I mean, I guess that says something about him that I've listened to him talk, and he never mentioned it. You know, dude, if I was a founding member of some band that people knew about, you would know it within 5 minutes of hearing me. I promise you.
Fuck.
I'd be dropping it everywhere.
I mean,
back when I was founding the Hollywood Undead, you know, it'd be in every conversation.
They have hundreds of millions of views. Hundreds of millions.
I never heard of them because I'm old, but I could tell that they're known because of how y'all were talking about them.
Oh yeah, they have hundreds of millions of views.
So is this
That's a group I listened to a lot when I was younger.
I just remember hearing them like in high school. I had friends that listened to that kind of stuff. I didn't listen to it. I just remember hearing the name. That's all. But, yeah.
I always thought Jeff was a cool guy. That's cool. He seems very humble. Seemed like I never, like you guys, like Ben just was saying. It's not like he's bringing it up all the time.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe because he's ashamed of it, I would think.
I doubt it, but I don't know. I haven't really talked. I've never.
Because he doesn't talk very highly about it at all. When he does talk about it, he just.
Oh, I don't know. Shout out to Layla in the chat, by the way. Yeah, I don't know anything about Hollywood Undead. It's a rock rap
Yes.
group, right?
Yeah,
Rock
the
rap.
emo band.
Emo, yeah.
I used to really like emo girls.
I think Jeff's cool. I don't know
Fuck,
why.
man, I still do.
That crossword. I don't know how that got into my brain, but it did. Anyways, you fuckers.
Nice. Yeah.
Rob, did you ever watch anime back in the day?
Yeah, man, and I got fucking clowned for it. Now it's being a black kid watching anime back in the day, it wasn't something that a lot of folks like me watch. But now it's like it's the craze. Everybody watches anime now.
Right.
And once that sort of happened, I kind of fell out of it. It's it's kind of once everybody sort of gets onto something, I kind of tend to fall back.
Oh, I hear you on that, dude, for sure. It's like it's beyond being a contrarian too. It's not as simple as being a contrarian. It's just you're not trying to be another one of these cogs in the wheel with pop culture and all that. Yeah.
Trendy, following the trends. It's okay.
All
Yeah,
ads,
it's okay.
trend.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's okay to be ahead of the curve. That seems to be a thing, but then to follow the trend is, to me, has always been sort of just like a poser. That's what a poser
And
does.
that sort of thing has happened to me a lot too. Like I was into the band Chiodos before everybody started loving them, and then once that sort of happened, I fell back on them. The whole snapback thing. I was wearing snapbacks before it became a thing.
Oh shit.
I was a black skater before it was cool to be a black skater. So I have a lot of examples of that sort of thing, and it's just very odd to me.
Yeah, you're ahead of the trends. Yep. Ahead
Everybody
of the
got dreads now and shit.
Yep. Yep.
Leaders and trendsetters.
I'm a girl some fucking dreads, just like fucking Rob Cleveland.
Have you ever grown long hair, Austin?
No.
It takes a long fucking time. I had my hair down to about here for a
Does.
while. It takes a long time.
It's the longest my hair has ever been.
Yeah.
It'll just continue as such.
I like long hair personally, but be it living outside and in the hot summer, after a while, it was like, man, I gotta cut this shit off. It's too much.
That's an interesting comment about anime nowadays. I think I could agree.
Yeah, I saw since I'm old, Akira when that came out, that was kind of a big deal. But they called it Japanimation back then. That,
Okay,
seriously,
yeah.
that's what they called it, Japanimation.
Yeah.
And anime was a thing back then. It was just such a like a niche thing, But
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
Akira,
weren't the mangas more popular than the actual animes back then?
Yeah,
Well,
I think
see,
so.
Not saying back then like you're a dinosaur, but back when it was.
probably. I'm from Arkansas, man. It was just like I remember becoming aware that there was this thing called manga, but I didn't know what the fuck it was. Yeah. So things have changed a lot, with the pop culture. It's a lot. This is way more accessible. So it's like I was sort of aware of certain things, but it's like I didn't really know what that was, But then Akira, it was violent and stylized, so it seemed cool. So I watched it, and I didn't really understand it because I was, I was still pretty young, I guess, at the time, early 20s. Yeah, man. I'm from like the first like actual pop culture generation, is the way I see it, Gen X, because the baby boomers don't have this stuff. They don't have all this pop culture stuff. They just don't. They're from they're interfacing with it in some ways, but they didn't have it. They had some music, and maybe like they weren't even really big into TV shows, really. It wasn't like part of their identity, I guess. I think the way I see my generation, Gen X, is we were like the first generation to really start to identify with a lot of the pop culture type of thing, like at a level of identity, if that makes sense. And that I see that subsequently that seems to be a thing. And the younger generations, have a lot of the same pop culture type things that started in my generation. So I think it's interesting. I like to look at it, anthropologically and sociologically. I find it all very interesting. So that's a lot of what I talk about over here for anybody that may be new. Talk about a lot of that sort of thing. And I don't know how much Christos has seen, so I'm kind of trying to fill him in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sort of a Johnny come lately as well, so filling me in as well.
Right on, Rob. Yeah, I'm glad to see Rob over here. You showed up in the very beginning in the chat, but then I didn't see you for a while. But we were sort of figuring it out what this was going to be anyway, and which is still going on, obviously. But I like to do more of a grassroots. Like I'd like to see other people. Like when Provo Kid hosted for 30 minutes, I'd like to have other people just, let me go take a break for an hour and let somebody else take over, type of thing. Like I think that's kind of fun in the moment, just to see what happens.
Yeah, I think for me, I don't know if it's just, I don't know if it's kind of me being shy or if it's just that I don't really have much to say. I don't know. I know I'm not really good for that, for broadcasting.
Well, and I didn't mean you specifically necessarily, but
I know.
you seem to be the master of not talking for long periods of time and then saying that one thing that's like very on point. I've noticed that from watching you on Paul Enslaved. And I don't want to say too much. I don't want you to get up in your head about it, but I've noticed that it's like he doesn't talk, but then he finally said something and it's like, people have been yapping for 45 minutes and then Rob just like in one sentence just kind of puts an end to the whole thing. Yeah. I've seen you do that a few times. So there's something to that. I don't have that ability.
I didn't know I had that either.
I can talk for 45 minutes though. So don't beat yourself up, Rob. Yeah.
I think Rob is a very smart person.
So give me some MDMA. I'll be talking for hours.
I believe
Stop talking.
I believe that.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, you, Christos.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's sort of when I opened up about my mommy issue thing that I still sort of deal with when I was on pause. I was up for a few days, coming down off some MDMA, and I felt comfortable to talk about it there. And I kind of got into it, and he helped me give a different perspective on things, and really helped. And I yield.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Ben, about letting other people take over and host sometimes, or they're just kind of like letting things go and seeing where they go. But Rob, what were you just saying there? I kind of missed that. Were you just basically saying like you got a different perspective that Paul's talking about coming down from MDMA or something?
Yeah, because I sort of wanted to touch on it a bit to kind of go, I kind of clear some things within myself and get a different perspective. And like I said, I relatively shy, reserved. I don't talk much, but when I've been up for a few days and I'm coming down on MDMA, I'll be talking a lot. So I felt comfortable enough to talk about my sort of thing that I was battling within myself, about my biological mother sort of giving me up, so to speak, to the grandmother, which I was in a forgiveness sort of space, but Paul helped me give me a different perspective that I should be in more of a gratuitous space, because the thing that she did was for the best interest of her and me. So that really helped.
Yeah, being able to step outside and allow for different angles and different perspectives, for sure. It's cliche, but it's very true.
Yeah, because I think in my specific situation, forgiveness is kind of coming from a place of victimhood. Something was done to you, instead of something being done for you. And Paul helped me see that, and so I was like, wow. And I've gotten closer with my biological mother since then.
Awesome. Yeah, constructive. Prime example of constructive.
And he wasn't being an asshole like how everybody says that he is. He was providing me with that feminine care that I think he knew that I needed in that specific instance.
Yeah.
Well, and I think sometimes, I think you're right, Rob, and I didn't know about that particular instance, but like, dude, I think sometimes people come over here, not Rob doesn't do this, but I think sometimes people come over here and because I have a strong personality, I think that that's what they think they're going to get from me. But dude, I'm not set up for any of that at all. I would not even attempt it. Now I might give somebody a hint, like, hey, might maybe think about this thing, but like, I've noticed that Paul does have an ability to do that kind of stuff. Dude, I wouldn't know where to begin. So I have noticed sometimes there's certain people who've showed up over here and it's like they think that's going to happen. It's like, dude, I'm not set up for that. No, no.
Dude, I'm not no armchair therapist, no psychologist here.
Well, but I do know a lot about psychology. It's more of that I'm not, dude, that's a skill, what you're describing with Paul. I don't have those skills. I could probably come up with some of the theoretical part of it, but not the fucking being able to do it in the moment like that. No, there's no way, man. That's pretty skillful to be able to do that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, even if
man.
go ahead.
You got it. No,
No, I
no,
was
go
gonna
ahead.
say, like, even if I could, like, I wouldn't feel like it was appropriate. For me, I wouldn't feel like it was appropriate. But it obviously was, and it is, right? So if that's his skill set and that he feels comfortable doing that, that's great, man. Like I'm all for it. But then it's like, and that's what I've said about this channel. Is like, I think it's kind of for everybody to figure out. Anybody that wants to interface with it, they need to figure out how to get in where they fit in. It's for them to sort of, what do they have to offer it, and then what do they need? It's for them to figure out and take it, if that makes sense. Like, it's not. I don't think it's for me to like be the one who's directing all of that. But maybe Paul's good at that. See what I mean? Like for me over here, I like more of a kind of a laissez-faire approach, and just people sort of just we all kind of figure it out together, and then sometimes it's like somebody tunes in, it's like Benton's yelling at D-Rex, like, what the fuck's going on here, Like that kind of stuff's gonna happen.
Yeah, or Rob yelling at D-Rec. Like, Rob never yells. What the hell is this guy yelling at D-Rec about?
Well, yeah, you've been a little out of character a couple of times, but is it really out of but is it really out of character? Maybe you're on your best behavior elsewhere, and over here maybe you can let your hair down, just metaphorically, as a figure of speech. Maybe you're over here, so it's like, I don't have to worry. But I'm just guessing. I don't know. Experiment. Come over here and experiment, and then take your the results of your experimentation over there. Maybe you will yell at somebody over there at some point. I don't know.
I yelled at Brian O'Shea a few weeks ago. And,
well, there you go.
Yeah, I was going off on him.
How did he receive that?
I mean, he was yelling at me, so it was already I was already in a space of being a punching bag. So I was just because he was upset about something. I don't know. It was the melted brick buildings.
Oh no!
He was going off about He was going off about that, and then he mentioned something about Karen B, and then I got upset because he's talking a whole bunch of shit about her and how she's a grifter. She's putting on these Flattober events for money. She's a witch. All these different things that other people have been putting out in that community because of one rant that she did, and she even came correct after that. Yeah, she even came correct after the rant. She's like, she came correct, and then that community is still holding on to that as an excuse to kind of just keep attacking her. And Brian O'Shea met a lot of those Meltology people at Karen's Flattoberfest event, and he was basically just lying, saying he didn't have fun and all these other false narratives, and that's why I got upset, because he's lying.
Yeah,
and talking shit about a woman who does a lot more for the community than what he does. And I yield.
Brian,
yeah, I was there for that. I remember. I will say I don't necessarily feel one way or the other about the melted buildings, but I was watching her live stream when she kind of went off on that rant about the melted buildings, and it was kind of funny. But I will say, after a minute or two, I was like, damn, like she's really fired up about this. Well, I forget. Wait, so she doesn't.
I think she got fired
doesn't
up.
get down with it. So she was getting
She
fired up
got
against the melted building.
yeah,
right?
she got fired up because she was in a Facebook group, and that she got invited to. Somebody invited her into the Facebook group, and she asked some innocuous question, just a benign question, and she got muted for 30 days. She got muted for 30 days, and nobody addressed, the question or anything like that. They just assumed that she was attacking by asking a benign question. And I think that was the spark of what caused that whole thing that happened.
Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't put two and two together when that happened the other day with Brian O'Shea. I didn't. It didn't even occur to me about that whole situation where she was going on that rant. I remember listening to it and being like, "What the fuck?" After a minute or two, I was like, "Why is she so fired up about this?" But that makes a little more sense.
No apology.
I definitely think that shit's crazy. Giant trees. I definitely think there were like giant trees at one point in time.
Yeah, I'm
Probably.
not too sure how to feel on all that stuff because a lot of those individuals will just go off of looks like is like, which you can do that sometimes, but is like doesn't it doesn't always get you to where you need to go. Looks like isn't always is like.
Yeah, I definitely people will draw correlations too fast.
And they jump out the window saying all mountains are melted brick buildings. That's where the real issue is. All mountains, which we know that's not true.
Good nuanced point there.
Shout out to This Karmic Life, by the way. Check out her channel. She's a young gal down under, and I only say young based on me being old. But yeah, if you want to check her out, I think that's the name. I'm pretty sure that's the name of her channel, This Karmic Life. If anybody is so inclined.
So she's a globe earther. What's going on?
I don't know actually.
I don't know if she's saying that like people still don't know, as in like inferring that it's flat or whatever, or if she's actually saying she doesn't know, or people just don't know in general.
Well, she posted a question mark after that, but I don't know, whatever that means. That's kind of part of the fun of the live chat is figuring out what do people actually mean by some of these comments. Oh, she says she has the Earth shape on her channel. That's the name. Oh, she's older than I think. Well, okay. Yeah. Either way. Yeah. I've watched some of her videos. It's entertaining, for sure.
I like all these real small channels. Now these million sub bullshit channels that get pushed. Actual people.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are some big channels that I like watching, but it's usually more just general, it's just more general entertainment than just talking about ideas. I think that the best talking about ideas channels are usually small channels, I think. Not always, but a lot of times. But like,
hey, Christos.
What's up?
What do you think, Elon? Do you think is Elon Musk human or what the fuck? What the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing? Is Elon Musk human? Is that a lizard person? What the fuck's going on, man?
I think
because I know space is fake. So give me something. Come on. Is Elon Musk a fucking lizard person or what the fuck's going on here?
I think he's just really autistic, honestly. And they might be putting him up there as a puppet. I think he might just be like bullshitting and just, getting up there for the cameras and saying shit on the Joe Rogan podcast. Like I think it might be possible that he's not.
But
it
it doesn't.
Talking about the
genetically-
African American Elon
None
Musk.
of it makes sense, man.
Yeah, African American,
Because-
exactly.
Bro, fucking Tim Pool would have to be part of it.
Oh fuck Tim Pool.
All
No,
of
I'm
these
just kidding. No, Tim Pool is not that bad.
Everybody, all of the big people would have to be part of it. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Tim Pool would be part of it. Fucking Joe Rogan, everybody, all these motherfuckers.
Well,
A lot
we
of
know
them
Joe
are
Rogan is.
unconsciously part of it.
We know Joe Rogan
Some
is.
of them.
He's
It
flip-flopped
doesn't make
publicly.
fucking sense, bro. None of this shit makes fucking sense, man. None of this shit makes
That's the
fucking
point, right? Non-linear warfare. Not
Joe
being
Rogan is an
able to
agent
do-
against humanity.
I agree.
My opinion.
I agree, Rob. I was talking about that the other day. How he went from saying that the moon landing was, not real, and then totally flip-flopping on that, and all the
Well-
things that he initially explored, and
Yeah.
then he totally reversed on, like 9/11.
Well, and I'm a huge podcast fan, so I actually was listening to his show when it very first started, and that's all he talked about in the early days was conspiracies. That's all he talked about, and like he believed all of them, JFK and fucking we didn't go to the moon. Like that's how he started, and then at a certain point he flipped over to being very skeptical, and then that before too long he's having Alex Jones on this show, and he's like, literally fact checking Alex in real time. So it's like, which is it? How is this the same person?
He's a pseudo intellectual. He's a phony free thinker. I will say though, he did get me into psychedelics early on, but a lot of people think like he's part of this push, this new age some type of psyop like shit going on where they want people to be doing psychedelics and they want Joe Rogan talking about DMT. Again, I think it's the non-linear warfare. I think Joe Rogan pushes a lot of bullshit and he follows the narratives, but I will say, like early on when he was still kind of cool and questioning things, him talking about psychedelics with Alex Gray. I was just going back and listening to that podcast the other day, actually, kind of just going back to when Joe Rogan was kind of cool and appreciating that.
Yep.
There was value there initially, but it's crazy just the amount of people like my age, like young dudes that they like think that they're like authentic and they listen to Joe Rogan. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I've done psychedelics a few times and blah blah blah. Like, I don't know. He presents himself as alternative, but he's very obviously not alternative at this point,
Yeah.
at least.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I would agree, but I don't think it's a coincidence that when his show was literally nothing, that's how he became popular, was riding the coattails, the coattails of all this conspiracy stuff. Because I was a big conspiracy theorist back then, and I listened to all the Rogans for years, and then at a certain point, by the time he made it over to whatever this service is he's on, Spotify. Yeah, it's just, to me, it's just trash now. But I mean, whatever.
bro. If I don't even want to say it on here because I don't know. I don't want to get you fucking banned.
Well, and once that's a business, by the way. Like whatever Rogan is a business, and it's a big business, and so just based on that, he's not free to just do what he wants to do.
Tim Pool's definitely programmed. He might not be a conscious agent of them, but I think Tim Pool definitely plays into the narrative and he doesn't realize it.
Yeah.
There's a reason him and Ben Shapiro get pushed as like the opposing side, the traditional right wing.
I spoke to Andreas Zertis. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I think
Nope.
so. I think I know who you're talking about. I've heard that name.
He used to live with Tim Pool. He used to live with him. His name's Andreas, Xirtus or something like that.
That's not the guy that was kicked off his
Yeah,
His
they fucking
podcast,
He
was it?
kicked up. Yes, it was.
Oh, then he ended up doing his own thing.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, that dude's cool. Yeah, he
Hey, cool.
seemed like
And
he had some beans to spill on Tim Pool,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, fuck Tim Pool, like low key.
For real, bro. You're
I think
fucking
he got
bought out. You're bought the fuck out. He's fucking bought the fuck out. If you believe fucking
My audio?
space real,
I know my video
bro,
is choppy, but is my audio bad?
Yeah, it's a little funky, but we're just dealing with it. It's not as bad as JG's usually is, so we're kind of used to it. No, I was never a real big Art Bell guy, but every once in a while I would catch one of those radio shows just randomly here or there, but not really.
What happened? My audio
Somebody
should
was
be better now.
Yeah, you're good. Yep. Thank you, sir. But yeah, somebody was asking about Coast to Coast, and I was never a big Coast to Coast guy, but not for any specific reason. Just probably wasn't around when it was on. Just wasn't available to listen. I was probably doing other shit, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm. I've heard people talk about Coast to Coast. That's like a older show, right? Or a radio show.
Yeah, radio show going back a long time, I believe. And I think they
Right.
had multiple hosts. I think Art Bell was just one of the hosts, so I'm not even really sure.
George Norrie.
Yeah, there you go. I've actually heard more George Norrie than I have Art Bell now that I think about it. But I didn't really know it was a thing. It was just I was probably pre-conspiracy theorist and just caught it because I've always liked talk radio, so I probably just randomly caught it at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing. I don't really know. The fact that I don't really have strong memories leads me to believe that was back in my super normie days. I used to just believe all the whatever the TV said for like a long time. Yeah.
Did
Yeah,
Rob have to leave?
Oh, I think his shift's over. I believe. Yeah, he's done. He gets off at 6 a.m. So I think he left work.
Nice.
Yeah.
How much longer are you going with the stream?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. You don't feel obligated to be here if that's where you're.
No. Okay, I hear you for sure.
Yeah. I have no idea, honestly. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Rob went over to Z's, I think.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, if other shows start, I'm never like, oh, you guys are over there. Just do whatever you want. I don't care.
Oh, for sure. I know what you mean.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. Yeah.
Is Z live right now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
he is.
Yeah, if y'all like, go check him out. I mean,
I'll stop over there later before I go to work. I'm gonna stay here for now.
Cool.
Yeah, same here, man. I'm fucking hanging out.
Yeah, man.
And
It's a hang sometimes. Sometimes we just hang out. I never know what it's going to be. It's just we just do it. So that's part of the fun, I think.
It's called life.
There you go. Yeah, life.
It's called fucking life, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna hop on my phone here. It looked like you were drinking piss in the thumbnail, by the way.
Yeah, that's herbal tea. That's a herbal concoction for my kidneys mostly.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I had my kidneys were in super rough shape recently, although they've rebounded to a large degree. Yeah,
You said you used to drink, used to be alcoholic back in the day, or?
Well, not really back in the day, but almost drank myself to death very recently.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
dude, it was bad. But then I have these underlying health issues that I've just more or less been ignoring for many years. So the recent daily drinking, accelerated the health issues.
Okay.
So I basically I took what I already had and I made it much worse with alcohol. Is what's happened.
Whoa.
But it's so bad.
This is
Listen
why
to
you
this.
got into supplementation somewhat, right?
Well, and in fact, it's a whole thing. I made a whole video where I pretty much just told the whole history of my health issues. But I don't want to get I don't want to recap all of that. But I got big into I was overweight in my late 20s. I was real fat, and then so I lost a bunch of weight, and then I got into weightlifting and adding mass and size. And I'm the type of person, when I become obsessed with a topic, I just read everything I can find. So I filled my brain full of information about nutrition and supplements. So I'm drawing on a lot of
Yeah.
that knowledge just generally. And then I've learned a lot more recently also. But like I was so sick at a certain point, I was experiencing metabolic acidosis. And that's based on your kidneys actually create bicarbonate to manage your pH levels in your body. So I knew, instead of going to the doctor, that I could just drink baking soda and water, and within a week it completely reversed it. But like I already knew to do that, so I don't know. There's something to being a nerd and just like reading everything for years.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like to read. That's I didn't do it for any reason other than I was a nerd and I like to read. You know, but it's been very useful in certain ways. I just know a lot about this stuff.
Oh
So
yeah, there's the value there. Knowledge, man. I'm an Aquarius, so I know all about it.
aha,
Knowledge,
yes.
reading and taking information is very satisfying.
Yeah, I do like the astrology. I think I figured out what's wrong with your mic. I think one of your power cables gets too close to your signal cable. Is probably what's happening.
No, I'm good now. I'm actually becoming in clear.
Oh yeah, you are. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to change something in the settings with my headphones.
Oh, okay. Cool. Good deal, man. But yeah, I like the astrology. I've studied my birth chart quite a bit, and there's
Oh,
something.
word.
Yeah, dude, because obviously there's way more to it than just your sun sign, but that's obviously the place to start. But yeah, yep. It's
It
I
goes
think
deep, man. Yeah, there's more than a lot of people don't realize that. Like your sign, your quote sun sign. Like there's more than just that. You have your moon sign and your rising sign.
yep.
I've noticed that too. I get along. I get better along with people who are Libras because I'm a Libra myself, and
Oh,
so
okay.
notice there's something about where I get along with other Libras as well.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a real thing. It's not a pseudoscience. It only becomes a pseudoscience when you have immature um females out here. I guess not just females, but I guess it's the stereotype. Yeah, immature females that base everything off of their sun sign, and
Yeah.
they justify their toxic behaviors because of some shit that they read online about star signs. So a lot of people have the wrong idea, because of pop culture tainting the image of what like astrology actually is, and they make it into this goofy pop culture pastime thing and write it off as pseudo. But there's a lot of heavy stuff when you actually do the due diligence and look into it honestly and humbly.
Well, yeah, and like this karmic life is pointing out, there's actually multiple forms of astrology as
Yep.
well. We have tropical astrology.
Vedic,
Yep.
tropical, yep, all there's right. Uh-huh.
Yep. And sidereal. But yeah, we which I may be pronouncing wrong, but the thing is, like, I found that somebody has to study and this is where people go to actual astrologers, is because not everybody's going to read a bunch of books. But in the modern age, you can just go to a website and punch in your data from your birth certificate and have your birth chart. So I've studied mine. So like my son's in Leo, but that's literally the only thing I have in Leo. So I actually have way more Virgo in my chart than I do Leo. So it's like good.
Right.
It's like good to know that, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The nuance and the complexity of what's going on.
Hmm.
Not having too simple of a look at things.
But one thing is, I can always tell if another male is a Leo without them telling me. They'll always say something, and I'm like, "You're a Leo," and they're like, "Yep." I can, but I don't know anybody else's sign ever. But I can always spot a male Leo if I spend enough time with them.
That's funny, bro. I can usually tell if somebody else is a Libra. I don't know, or Libra or Sagittarius.
Yeah.
Because Sagittariuses to me seem fucking evil.
What's
To
really
my
fire,
personal fucking belief,
fire.
when I have an experience or a conversation with somebody who's Sagittarius, I can be like, "Hey, you're fucking Sagittarius. You're fucking evil." It's like the serpent, man.
That's the fire, man. That's the fire.
Just based on my personal experience.
Yeah. Well, that's where I go, like with the the elements. Like, so when I think about the sign, I think about what element is it. What's the ruling planet, all that stuff. It's not that complicated, really. I mean, it's not that complicated. It gets very complicated, but it's not that complicated necessarily.
Yeah, you can make it, you can get deep with it. You can go into the depths of it and reveal the complexity if you'd like, right?
Yeah. But I would want to know, like, at a minimum, like somebody's sun sign and their rising sign. I think is a good place to start. Bong hits. See, I never had an actual drinking problem because I used to drink. I used to drink like a 24-ounce and smoke like half a blunt, and I was good to go. But as a truck driver, I can't. I have to be able to piss clean, man. So no more cannabis while I'm working. I've quit my job and took months off at a time, and then I get to. But yeah.
Well, that's good at least. That's cool. But it's
Yeah,
understandable.
well, it's kind of it's a bit of a bummer because like other drugs don't stay in somebody's body that long necessarily. It's like with weed, it's not worth it. I'm not going to carry fake urine. I'm just not carrying synthetic urine on my body all the time.
Yeah.
I'm not that
yeah.
dedicated. I'm not that devoted. Well, the funny part about that, because Music Calls the Secret says Drew needs to do a thumbnail of Benton as a lion. What's funny about that is when him and Layla were having their first son, the kid came out late, and at a certain point, it was getting close to my birthday, and I said, "I'm calling it now." I said, "That kid's gonna be born on my birthday," and I know Drew was sweating it, like, "Oh shit," but his kid came out like the day before my birthday. I thought it was kind of funny. I was razzing Drew. I was like, "I'm telling you, man, the kid's gonna be born on my birthday. It's gonna happen," and it almost did. It almost did.
You were close.
Well, but I knew also. I think if astrology's a thing, and a baby's like 2 weeks late, it's like, dude, that kid knows it needs to be a certain sign, Like it somehow that spirit.
Wow.
I think that's what I think. That kid knows, man. It's like, is it going to be because if it's born on time, it's going to have a different chart, on air quotes on time, whatever that means. It's going to have a totally different chart.
Yeah, you're probably right. There is something to that with the timing, being premature, coming out late or early.
Well, and if you look at like even somebody like Kobe Bryant, like he was born August 23rd. He's a Virgo, but there's like no dominant like transcendent athletes like that are Leos, like none. So I think that's for a specific reason. It was like he had to be a Virgo. He couldn't be a Leo. like you've had a few like Magic Johnson, but he was, he did most of that, a lot of that with somebody else, Kareem, with Kareem. So it's like there's something to that in sports, like there's not that many like people who are Leos, but then they have a career like Michael Jordan or something. Michael Jordan's a Pisces. Like there's a reason for that, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of correlations to be drawn. I actually have a book called The Book of Illumination by these two rappers, these two Dirty South rappers from Houston. Uh, they they're called Aqualio. It's Aquarius and Leo combined, and
Okay.
like they used to be kind of like some underground. They don't really rap anymore for real, but they used to be like this underground, like backpack rapper duo. And
All right.
one of them wrote a book called The Book of Illumination, and it's basically it gets into like celebrities, astrology, gematria, and it's like it ends up like breaking down like what you were kind of saying, like the astrology signs of like people like Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan, and actually like making correlations between like ancient mythological stories and modern like celebrities like Jay-Z and Beyonce being the modern form of this god and goddess duo that I can't remember. Yeah, things like this. And like I
Bro,
said, gematria as well, tying all these things in together and kind of making sense how history repeats itself. And like Obama was Akhenaten. They they even
look
look
at
similar
look
within the
at
facial structure.
look at the tattoo. Look at the tattoo on LeBron James' chest. He's blue.
Boule,
Look at his fucking tattoo on. Look at the tattoo on
Boule.
LeBron James' chest. Yeah, Boule. Yeah.
My bad. I didn't know. I thought I heard you say it like right when I said it. But yeah, bro. I didn't mean to steal that thunder there from you. But you're spot on.
Yeah.
Boo. Hey, that's something worth looking into for real, man. Because you want to talk about like real like quote unquote systematic racism. It's the craziness of these boule selling out their people, quote unquote, their people. Uh, through Hollywood and the entertainment industry and sports, um, these big figures, these different like political figures, these you know these influencers. So many of them are you can tie it back to the boule, and man, it's like boule was the branch of masonry created for dark, like quote unquote dark tone, dark skinned people, African American, or however you want to put it. And it's just kind of crazy how um, it's like a openly it's something you can research. It's not like hidden history. I guess some of it is, but it's something that's I guess I'm trying to say it's very out there. It's you can figure it out pretty easily. You can learn the information of what the boule is, and you can read between the lines and see that it's basically a form of keeping people down and oppressed, by having those few that are willing to sell out and play that role of the celebrity, of the rapper, of the the athlete, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. Yeah, bunch of sellouts, bunch of Masonic, Shaq, you know, a
Oh
lot of
yeah.
them are open about it too. They wear the rings. You know what I'm saying? It's the fraternal brotherhood, branch of masonry that is completely controlling any type of possible pushback against the system by people.
Subversion. Subversion. Shout out to my boy Dallas Don Juan, by the way, in the live chat. He's one of my fellow truck drivers.
Yeah, I think I heard him talking on your stream or someone else's stream the other day. I think it was over the weekend.
Yeah, I
He
think
was
that was
going to
over here.
someone. Yeah, uh, someone was talking about like drinking. And the
Oh
guy
yeah,
that plays the different characters, dude plays different characters and comes on like clowning, like playing
Oh,
characters of other
yeah,
people.
yeah,
I forgot
yeah,
his name.
Jeff
He's kind of
P.
like, yeah, okay, yeah. There's
Yeah.
a lot of no way. His name is Jeff P.
Well, his last name starts with a P, and I can never remember his
Are you
last name.
kidding
So
me? There's
I
so
just
many
say
JPs.
P because I can't remember his last name. I think it's
Well, I mean,
Pizer. I think it's Pizer.
I hear you. Okay, well that's what's up. But wow, it's just my bad. There's so many Jeff P's, or not Jeff, but JP's.
Yeah.
There's hella JP's. There's J Phillips. There's Jeffrey Phillips. Is who you just mentioned. There's a bunch of people from different communities that are easy to get mixed up that have the initials JP, and they normally go by like J or they're Jeff. Yeah, that's weird. Anyway,
Yes, sir.
dude, I'm impressed that you go to bed early as you do, Benton. That's awesome. How do you drink caffeine? Do you drink caffeine in your regiment? Like, when do you drink it? Do you have like windows, or do you like do intermittent
No,
fasting
I
by
have
chance?
since I'm a fancy boy, I grind my own beans now. But I don't care if it's gourmet or not. I just get coffee beans and grind them. I do a pour over because
Yeah.
that's easier cleanup here, and because I live in the truck. But I do like 40 grams to 24 ounces. I do two of those, so 48 ounces of coffee. But at the beginning of the day for me, and that's it. I cut it off. No caffeine after that.
Oh,
That's it.
that's awesome, dude. I really like that
Well,
regiment. That's disciplined.
yeah, and actually, when I don't drive a truck, I actually do better with no coffee. But with truck driving, man, they just go together. Like they go together too good. But I found I'm actually crankier and more moody when I drink coffee than when I just don't drink it at all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I'm addicted. So when I'm addicted, I will be cranky if I stop. But like if I get past the withdrawals, then my mood's actually better. I found, yeah, for whatever reason. But I
Yeah,
love
there's
coffee.
more balance.
Yeah, I love it. And
It's
I'm just irritable in general a lot of the time. So it enhances the irritability to some degree.
oh, okay.
But yeah,
It's
because I
definitely
get
overused by people in society. It's socially sanctioned, just like alcohol and cigarettes.
that's true. Yeah, but I love it, man. It's delicious too.
Yeah, coffee itself. Yeah, I like drinking plain black coffee.
Oh yeah, I only drink black coffee. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
Dallas Don Juan says he's getting ready to roll out. Well, must be nice, man. I'm waiting till noon to go pick up my empty trailer so I can get loaded.
June.
What's up?
What? What was that?
I don't know. He might not. He might have thought he muted or something, or he passed out. Did you pass out, Austin? Although he wouldn't be able to answer if he passed out, right?
It sounded like he was like passed out when he was talking.
Yeah, he's a man. Those former soldiers, dude, they can drink, man. Like they can drink like way beyond what a lot of people can. I think it's. I want to send him a
Yeah.
breathalyzer. I want to send him a breathalyzer and have him breathalyze on stream. I bet, dude. I bet he's at like a 0.24 or something.
Dude, I was gonna say he seemed either really high or like definitely had been drinking. When I saw him earlier, just his eyes, like he looked like he was
Yeah,
like
I think
I was
he's.
like,
Yeah.
damn, he had stayed up all night. I was hoping he was up early, but
No, man. He's a big drinker, so we'll see. We'll see how that works out. But he can still sort of speak somewhat intelligently. So imagine what he's like sober. That's the way I look at it.
yeah, I see him all over here on these YouTube screets.
Oh yeah, the streets.
My bad for the background noise.
Ah, you're good, man. Oh, he's still listening. Okay. Yeah. Well, you do seem quite intoxicated, Austin Murphy. But I myself was dude. Me and Chalk Body Outline used to do a Sunday night live stream, and I was like pretty intoxicated for a lot of those. So I'm not putting down intoxication in general. It's just like
Austin, you sound
it
like
is
you're
what it
straight
is.
mumbling.
Well, he was at the end. I don't know. He for sure was. I don't know. I don't drive a big rig when, and I don't. By the way, this is what I was trying to say earlier. Is that my organs can no longer process alcohol, so I don't drink at all. Like I don't. I'm done with drinking. But it wasn't
Yeah,
like I had to go to AA and fucking do the 12 steps. It's like my body was just tapped out, and now I don't fucking drink. Like I don't even think about it really.
yeah, it's not even a possibility.
Yeah, it's not a factor. Just like I used to eat Snicker bars, but it's not a. I can't have them anymore. It makes me sick, so I don't think about Snicker bars anymore. But you know,
Man,
I would if I could.
the only snickering going on is by the people running those huge corporations, making these
Oh,
candy
geez.
bars and shit. Snickers, looking at the names of some of these things.
Yeah, yeah.
Milky Way is not taking you anywhere near the Milky Way. The Snickers is it's like the fucking Snickers bar is snickering at you for being a fool for eating it. All
Yeah.
these
Oh, yeah.
different things. I'm using my imagination here, but like, you can kind of, some stuff is actually kind of obvious. Like they put like subliminal, um, little hints and messages that, fuck, what is it? Not zebra cakes, but, what are those yellow things with the cream in the middle?
Moon pies.
Twinkies.
Oh, Twinkies. Yeah.
But yeah, like you're gonna become a twink, fucking twinkle toed little
Yeah.
twink bitch if you fucking eat those Twinkie things. So it's like some of these products that they put it in the name, like kind of subliminally, and then if you have the eyes to see, you can see that they're, making some veiled references of what the actual energy is that you're consuming.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. There's something to that for sure.
You ever seen Austin's tattoo with the
Mm,
the monster tattoo?
I don't think so. I haven't. I don't pay attention, so I'm not sure.
Maybe he'll have to show us sometime. He'll have to show us sometime. He has a tattoo on his back that he's shown before on stream,
Oh
and
yeah.
it's the monster logo of
Oh,
the
okay.
energy drink. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the 666 apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting for sure. And then the events of the last several years, there was at some point there were sixes like all over. I'd go in the truck stop and there's just sixes on the floor everywhere, telling you to stay 6 feet apart.
Oh, yeah.
Austin's back. We'll see if he's coherent.
Yeah, that 6 feet apart thing is crazy because it's 6 feet under, and like
That
the supposed like reach of the radius of the heart.
I'm
The
coherent, you
heart field is
motherfuckers.
6 foot. The heart field is 6 foot, so they want to keep people 6 feet away, keep people out of the reach of their auras, where there'd be the overlapping of their hearts.
Well, yeah, that's what I've said. Is if everything he's showing he's showing it now. Yeah, Murphy. They said, if everything's vibrating energy.
You're hella funny, Austin.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I agree. The energy sphere would be generally 6 feet around, around the person. I would say generally,
Mm-hmm.
and then I believe our energy spheres exchange information, that we're not necessarily consciously aware of, and all of that. So yeah, there's something to people keeping them physically separated. There's definitely something to that for sure.
Yeah, or crammed together to take it the opposite direction.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yep.
In the jam-packed apartments.
Yep.
Yeah, what was that noise earlier, man? It sounded like you were mumbling or something, or someone was in the background talking to you.
I don't know. It was probably me fucking being drunk. I'm so fucking tired, bro. It's like fucking almost 5 o'clock in the morning.
Wow, man. I'm
I'm
so
fucking
glad I went to
tired,
bed at
bro.
8.
I'm fucking tired. I'm fucking tired. I'm fucking tired. I need
Did
to,
you go?
I need to go to fucking sleep, bro.
Did you go to college, Austin? Did you go to college?
Yes, I went to like 3 colleges. I've been to American River. I played baseball at American River. I went to fucking, I've been to College of the Canyons, which is down in LA. And I've also been to University of Maryland, University College. I've been to 3 fucking colleges. Yes. I'm not fucking retarded. Despite me sounding very slow and retarded right now. I'm just fucking drunk, bro. Fuck
Yeah.
you, Christos.
Copy
You
that.
fuck.
Copy that.
I
Yeah.
see you, motherfucker. I see you, motherfucker.
That's hella funny. We got you. We caught you, man.
I have nothing to hide, man. I have nothing to hide. I'm
Look,
just fucking. I'm tired as fuck.
bro, you're making me feel so blessed right now that I went to bed at 8 o'clock, even though I did wake up at like 2. I thought about how every hour before 12 is like double in the quality. So I just, I normally go to bed past 10, but getting to bed at 8 p.m., bro, charge you up. Try going to bed like 8, 9 p.m. How you feel the next day is amazing. A lot of energy.
I
Yeah,
hear.
but shout out to you being a soldier, and pushing it.
I gotta get some fucking sleep, man. I hear you.
Listen to this comment.
But that's kind of what I'm saying. Like that's sort of the power of the live chat. It's like they just type like the most seemingly rude things, but it's is it satire? Is it tongue in cheek? Is it sarcastic? Do they really mean that literally? There's
Let's see
something.
what the fuck we got. What do we got? Where?
He said you're demonic and boozed out. I mean, look, it's called spirits, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's called Spirit.
What's up, Mr. Miyagi?
I know what you mean. It's part of the fun with the chat. I know what you're saying, Benton, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I think it works best when it's not moderated and we just like, even though could seem insulting, I just try to roll with it, not take it too seriously.
Yeah, exactly. That's that way woo way energy.
Yeah, there you go.
Is going with the flow.
Well,
Being
for me
unaffected.
personally, I subjected myself to the Chalk Body Outline Discord starting about 2.5 years ago, and they just broke me of being. I can no longer be offended by anything anybody types at me, because that's dude. Yeah, it was a lot of hazing going on over there back in the day. It was brutal.
Well, shout out to his edits and his memes, but isn't he? I thought I heard dude, or maybe it wasn't him. I thought I heard dude say like how Jesus Christ is his like Lord and Savior or some shit.
Oh, there's a lot of Jesus guys over there now, but they're like on the Discord. It was there was a lot of contrarian stuff too, like actual like militant atheists at the same time. It was just open warfare, like people just going to fucking battle, but in a text form, which I
I was
enjoyed.
about to say like keyboard warrior, like internet warriors, like.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I can hold my own. I can hold my
sounds
own.
right
But
with Discord.
yeah, dude. So after that, I can't be
Reddit.
offended. It's very difficult to offend me by typing words, but I was triggerable. I definitely spiraled out many times. I rage quit a bunch of times, spiraled out. Oh yeah, big time. I still spiral sometimes, but I'm kind of always spiraling to some degree or another. And what we were talking about with the astrology, and this is what this karmic life was pointing out with the different forms of astrology. Like we had this guy that used to be around, he's not around anymore. I can't remember what his handle was. It was indigenous something or other, indigenous and some other word I can't remember. But he knew a lot about astrology, and he was saying that the wheel has intentionally been rotated 13 degrees, which would actually put my son in Cancer, which kind of makes more sense in a way, for me personally. So then we get into like, what are we even talking about? But then, like in Vedic astrology, they go by the moon sign, and my moon's in Libra. So, like, there's a lot to the astrology. I mean, it's not just like this one thing.
Yeah,
Cleveland's back.
exactly.
Rob Cleveland's back. And I like thinking about all those things without having to like say, and it's kind of like what we were talking about with O'Shea and the melted buildings. Like, to me, it's kind of humorous when people get locked into these, this one specific belief, and then you can see they become very defensive about it. It's like I could just pick one type of astrology and be like, no, it's this, and like be real resistant to other ideas. But like that doesn't really benefit me, I don't think, to be that way.
Right. I heard that. Yep.
Well, and with Drew, like Mr. Miyagi said here, he said, "Hey, that's how I found you, Benton. I heard Drew talking shit. I had to see for myself. Now I think you're a stand-up dude." Exactly. And Drew is the one who sort of put me into these, whatever these truth communities are, because I made a rant about the mask like right in the early days of the thing, and the event of the last few years that I'm trying not to say, but I just emailed him an MP3 because I was a fan of his channel, and he ended up putting it on his channel, and eventually, like, me and him were, I was on his channel, and then I started a podcast, and so everything I'm doing, in a way, I owe it back to Drew. As much as he talks shit and makes fun of me, like, he also helps people out, and he's collaborates, and he's willing to if somebody's interesting and can express themselves on his channel. I've seen him have a lot of different people. Like, that's how Yurt got started too, in some way. Maybe not his full start, but he had a lot to do with promoting Yurt also, in the Yurt with Books, if you know who that is.
Yeah, that's what's up. I like how he started up the Inner Thought experiment recently. Austin.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude's
Absolutely.
cool.
Yeah, I'm a big
Okay.
fan. Big fan.
Yeah, for sure. I like the guy. And then him like having Paul pull through it's been pretty fun. Different stuff going on over there with the panels.
Yeah, definitely.
Rob, what's up with Z? I didn't get a chance to tap in. Normally I'm not up this early, so I only catch like the third the third part of like the tail part of his streams. What's going on over there right now? Anything interesting?
Well, what's going on right now is they're having this sort of discussion about Joshua because he let the cat out of the bag that he's not 18. I think they're saying I think they're saying he was like 14 or 15 or something. And this lady came on and just started talking some sort of nonsense. So I just kind of tuned out, and that's why I came back over here.
Some British lady?
No. I think it was Danny Skylark who was talking, and
Oh, okay.
yeah, and I couldn't take it, so I just left.
Shout out to Rusty Smackleford and Pineal Power, by the way.
Shout out to Pineal Power. The other
Yes,
guy, not so much.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it's different strokes for different folks around here. It's kind of my job, and I like what Rusty contributes, but it's kind of my job, I think, to just sort of like everybody on some level. And if some of y'all don't get along, that's fine. Who cares? Because I'll probably yell at all of you at some point. Hopefully not, though. Hell, I yelled at EBT the other day. I'm still kind of miffed at that. I don't like yelling at my friends or my internet friends. It's a bit of a bummer.
I don't either.
But then to tie it back to the astrology, that's that's fire sign on fire sign. He's an Aries, and when Leo goes up against Aries, dude, Aries will fucking win in the end. That's how that goes. It's true. You know how I know is Wilt versus Kareem in basketball. Wilt's a Leo and Kareem was a Aries. And dude, now Wilt was older, but when they went head to head, dude, Kareem fucking dominated the fuck out of Wilt. dunked on him just a bunch of times. But Wilt could hold his own too, though. Like, so I can hold my own against DBT, but in the end, he will triumph. That's just how it'll go. But I don't know. I can only take so much, Eventually, I have to. But that somebody like that, I'm gonna smash as hard as I can smash. I'm not gonna fucking pussyfoot. But it's regrettable, Rob. It's regrettable. You probably weren't around for that, I'm assuming.
No, you and EBT were going back and forth.
Oh, I just basically yelled at him, but he was trying to yell back, but
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, so yeah, I did miss that. I
Yeah.
got a here. Hold on.
It wasn't good radio, man. It was not good radio. Well, you might be right, this karmic life. You might very well be right about that.
It's interesting that Rob brought up Josh from over there because I actually was just earlier this morning. It just kind of occurred to me this morning that I hadn't seen Josh over there in a little bit, or I haven't seen all of Z's lives, but the last few ones I've seen, I didn't see that Josh guy. And I know there was like some drama or whatever situation taking place within the past couple of weeks with Josh and whatever. And it's been a kind of an interesting situation, if you want to put it that way. And hearing what Rob just said is interesting because, like I said, it's one of those things, you just kind of mind your own business, going about your day, and then thoughts come through your head, just here and there, and you just kind of think about things happening recently in life. Well, that was just one of the things. I was like, oh yeah, there's that Josh kid that will hop on Z's streams that went over to Paul's originally, and I was kind of like, oh, I wonder what the deal is, with that person. But yeah, I'm not surprised that that ended up being the case, Rob. Just from the behavior, that sounds about right. Because he didn't seem super young, but he also didn't seem like 18 or 19. I wasn't
Yeah,
sure,
I think.
man. It was hard to tell
Yeah,
because he's
I think.
handicapped to some degree, so it makes it hard to tell.
Yeah, I think the actual age may be like 14 or 15, but I mean, from how I look at it, I mean, he got past the parental guidelines if there were any. I mean, he was able to find it, and I mean, it's not like he's fucking 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. I mean, the dude's a teenager now.
Yeah,
If it was up to
right.
me, I wouldn't have an issue letting him up, but that's just me. Because he's sort of at that age where he's developing, and these things that we talk about, younger individuals, dare I use that word, should be on to these sort of frequencies, or they should be on or coming up to our level at that age. So that's how I feel about it. And I yield.
Yeah, that is like an in between stage, right? Yeah, growing up. I know what you mean. What makes me think of like an analogy could be, like when I was a teenager in high school, like or like middle school or whatever, being young but not like a little kid, wanting to play games that were rated M, video games that were rated M, and then like, being able to like talk with my parents, and I could play this one that was M because of X, Y, and Z. It's kind of a similar thing, like, either the parents have discernment, for all we know, like the parents, like, because he's gotten to a certain age, have let him, do X, Y, Z with YouTube and, whatever.
Right.
So it just kind of makes me think of that, and I feel like it's comparable. And yeah, I hear where you're coming from for sure. Did Austin leave?
He's probably still watching.
I like how he hopped back on to make the point that he heard us, or he's like, "I see you, Christos." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, this is not a normal. These soldiers, this is not a normal type of drinking that they do.
Yeah,
It's not,
like,
man. It's a sport.
Is it like a
It's
step
a
under
sport.
sailors?
Dude, it's a sport. I'm telling you, like this is his sport. Is this drinking? He can fucking drink. You can tell. Yeah,
Mhm.
big time. Not that that's a good thing necessarily, but
No, it probably isn't. If anything, I know what you mean.
yeah, but
We're not we're
he can
not
handle
hating
his
or
booze.
judging. You know, right?
Well, some people, if you gave them that level of alcohol, that you gave them that BAC, and you just sent them off in the world, they're going to go to jail or like accidentally walk off a fucking bridge or something. Like he's
Mm,
somewhat functional, you know what I mean? Like there's something to that.
yeah, yeah. Being able to be somewhat grounded and cohesive.
Yeah. But man, like
Coherent.
if I have 2 beers, I get slurred speech. But if I have 10 beers, if you don't know me, you can't tell I've been drinking. Like I can just be in the world and I'm
Mm,
just completely fucking normal unless you actually know me. Like nobody can tell I've had 10 beers. Yeah, it's crazy. That's not good either. That's also not a good sign.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
Like,
right.
yeah, I don't need to be able to drink 10 beers and people that don't know me can't tell I've been drinking. Yeah, it's not a good thing. And I would probably still drink, but I'm not able to moderate my drinking. Like my body could probably handle like a bottle of white wine like every week, every 2 weeks or something like that. But if I drink a bottle of wine, I might drink another bottle, and my body cannot take that. That's too much. So I just don't
Mm.
drink.
Hey, my bad. Can you hear background noise on my end? I got a bunch of stuff going on in my kitchen.
Well, the problem for us is JG. His when he comes on here from downtown Miami, it's so fucking. There's so much background noise. We're just all used to it. So like I don't even notice anymore. Yeah.
That's hella funny. I was gonna make a comment earlier about JG and background noise.
Yeah. I mean that's how that whole JG helicopter pilot. Because part of it was that he kept saying that there was helicopters following him, but like part of it was you could hear the fucking helicopters. So it's a meme, but it works on multiple levels.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Wow, that's funny.
Yeah. The only thing I don't like is his actual phone makes a noise. Like when Paul says that's a demon trying to come through the phone, like that, his phone makes that noise. That's the part that bothers me. It's that consistent, like it's like a droning,
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And
Crystals has that sometimes too.
yeah, I think it's the data plan because I got this Verizon prepaid, and
I
they're
think it's when
proud of
I'm
that shit.
driving, Rob. It might because being in a car, the background noise. My bad, Ben.
Oh no, you're good. I was just saying that I'm on the Verizon prepaid, and dude, they're proud of that shit, and they know that I'll keep paying them the money, but it better work good. So I think it's just he's got that Metro by T-Mobile, and that's the bargain basement version of it. So I think that's probably part of it. They're like, yeah, we'll let you be on live streams, but it's not going to be good. Yeah, because Sly Shy had that same problem, and it had to be her phone or her internet. It had to
I
be.
don't understand why people just can't get a damn headset.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fucking
Yes,
wild.
sir. Yep.
Well, he lives in the streets, so he actually had a headset, but dude, shit just gets tore up.
Well,
when
yeah.
I'm tore it up. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, get a headset.
And I
Yeah,
think that some of these people are just so caught up on the idea of like Bluetooth and the EMF and all that stuff that they don't want to get. They get these wired headphones that are shit. I
Yep.
mean, it comes with a shit microphone, a shit, ear, all of it. It's just shit.
I agree. Yep, I agree. Yep, and I'm a big radio fan. I like talk radio, so I am kind of tuned into that how it sounds. So and when I did my podcast, I was really into like how having it sound a specific way. I think that there's something to that for sure. But that was pre-recorded, so that was a little bit different, beast.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to this computer. But dude, Amazon, man, Amazon used to be just perfect about everything, and lately they've been fucking up my orders. I got an order the other day, and like one of the items got physically damaged and ruined, and then another item just wasn't there at all. And it's like, I just tried to do a gift card off of my debit card, and it's not going through. And just Amazon's used to be rock solid. They're fucking up about everything lately. What's going on? Anybody else notice this, or is it just me? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't fuck with Amazon, so I don't know.
Well, that's probably. I think that's what's going to happen. Is at a certain point, I'm just not going to fuck with them anymore. But it's really convenient for me, especially the way I live. But I'm trying to buy this computer, this little mini computer. I'm trying to buy, but now they got
Actually, no,
me.
I'm lying. I'm lying. I do fuck with Amazon a little bit. Just just not that often. It's once in every blue moon I'll get something off Amazon.
Yeah.
Wanted to
I
cut
buy.
back.
I get all these. Well, that's good. Yeah, thank you. I get all these supplements on Amazon because I can use the Amazon locker. So when I'm driving all around for my job, I can usually plan ahead a
Okay.
couple of days and have them sent somewhere. But yeah, I'm trying to buy this computer, man. It's that way, like when I'm not driving, I should be able to like share my screen and do all that fancy stuff, but I can't do all that on the phone. So we're getting there,
Yeah,
man.
I need to get me a laptop so I can start restreaming folks.
That'd be cool. Yeah, man. Yeah. That's my favorite. One of my favorite things to do. Or just, I like to play the replay and then pause it and just like give my 2 cents about what's been said. I like that more than just let's get on the panel together and like have a debate because it never seems to go anywhere. But if I'm playing somebody else's stream, like they make a point and then I can pause it and I can make a counterpoint versus, trying to do it all at the same time with other people chiming in and,
Yeah,
it turned
you
into-
see the craziness on polls. Somebody will say something, one person chimes in, and then 4 or 5 other fucking people decide they want to chime in too. When just a few minutes earlier, nobody was saying nothing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's like now all of a sudden they want to say something. Yeah. Yeah, Amazon, man. I don't know. Amazon's about to jump the shark because I used to talk about this years ago that, because I've been ordering stuff online for many years, way before a lot of people were. And, if something went wrong with your order, generally speaking, it was it was like this long process to go through customer service and get it resolved. But Amazon was like too good. If anything ever went wrong, dude, they were right on top of it. And now it seems like that's kind of starting to go the other way now. And I'm not going to want to do all my business with them. At some point, if I go into like Natural Grocers that's like a chain store that has really good supplement prices, for a brick and mortar. At a certain point, I may just, go to one of them and buy most of my stuff from them, even though the selection's not as good. We do vote with our dollars, right? So it's like, did Amazon spend all these years getting to be the big dog and now it's just going to become shitty like everything else? That's what I'm starting to wonder. That's what Rusty's saying. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. I'm starting to notice that, Rusty. Yeah. Because a lot of people, once they are in that habit, they'll just keep using Amazon, like they'll just, but me, I'm like, man, I don't know, dude. It's starting to be not worth my time.
Yeah, I typically have that issue when I buy stuff online. That's why I typically don't do that anymore, unless I'm getting like a book or just something where I know it's not gonna get all fucked up or where I know something's gonna happen with it.
Yeah. True that. Three hours and 33 minutes and I'm coming up on 33 seconds. About to have all threes. Yeah, I'm the only one with the timer though, I guess. Oh, you can see it since you're you're here on the StreamYards.
Yeah, and another thing too about like Amazon and the warehouses and stuff. I have a coworker here who works at another gate, but he was telling me when he was working there, they just come up on all of these. They're basically just 5-finger discounts, so many items, and then they just sell it off for a fraction of the price, and they're just making big bucks. The employees.
I believe it. Oh, there's definitely been times where I felt like somebody just stole my order. because it's like, oh, your package is late or whatever. But I've been, I was tracking it, and it's like it was damn near here, and then it just disappeared. I'm like, yeah, somebody jacked it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
Yep. Mr. Miyagi. Yeah, I'm just gonna start. I think once I get this computer, I'm probably gonna be done with Amazon for a while. So I mean, what the fuck?
Stepping out for a few minutes.
Okie doke. Yep, that's right. You're right, Roy Duggan. And then at a certain point, I think some of these businesses start to figure out if they can really, if they can make it really, if they fuck up, they can make it really difficult for me to get my money back. So so like, let's say I need to get, so Amazon, one of my items was damaged. That was $20. And then this other item, I might have just, because I went to the Amazon locker and I walked back to my truck with a bunch of packages. I might have just dropped it. I mean, for all I know is I got to the truck and just didn't have it. So, so let's say Amazon would be willing to give me $40 back, but I got to go through some kind of rigmarole. It's actually just easier to make $40 from my perspective. Now people are like, oh, that's not right, and they owe it to you, blah, blah, blah. Well, no, I'm just talking about my time and my energy and my effort. I can just go make $40 versus trying to go through some long drawn out process of recouping $40 from Amazon. Like that is a thing. Yeah, that's true. Land of the Blind. Because that's what I'm saying. I'm astonished that Amazon has worked as well as it's worked over time. But I'm starting to see cracks. I'm starting to see some cracks develop for sure. So that's been my approach to Amazon for years now, is I've been more or less just like surprised that it works as well as it works. But now, what is wrong with me that I thought I could go on their website and use my debit card to buy $335 worth of gift card balance and then have that just be applied to my account. So now I'm in some limbo where if I do try to use my debit card to order, not that anybody can ever see, but to order this computer I want to order, then what if they hit my card for that and then they turn right around and hit my card for the gift card balance? Now it's like, do I really want them having $700 of my funds tied up? Even though I know I'll get it all in the end. It's just this bizarre thing, man, that keeps happening. I don't get it. It's very strange. Oh yeah, there's a lot of that stuff's junk. I mean, but that's the thing, is it's so cheap. If it's junk, I just throw it away and move on to the next thing. But there are some gems where you're just like, wow, I could never get this level of product. I can't just wander into Walmart and buy a fucking $4 audio cable that's good quality. It's $10, at Walmart, and it might be shitty. Sometimes it's $10 and it's shitty, or they don't have the one you need, right? Versus if I get it from Amazon, it's $3 and it sucks, I just throw it away. But most of the time, it's actually pretty good. All these just random cables and like this thing, this dongle thing. Like, just try to go to Best Buy and buy one of these things. It's $25 probably. It might not even be as good. Yeah, I agree, man. But I think it's coming to reality to some degree. I'm starting to see it actually. It seems to be coming to reality, at least in my recent experiences. Now, maybe it's just the odds have, maybe I just got, like in a poker terminology, maybe I was just running good. Statistically, I was running above expectation, and now that's being balanced out by I'm running. Now I've hit a patch of now I'm running bad. Statistically, like that might be a thing. So who knows? This might just be, statistically speaking, this might be just expected. But my experience has been more or less, I just click some buttons, they take their money out of my account, and everything I need shows up where it's supposed to be, more or less on time. Although they are getting bad about being late on some of these deliveries, I've noticed. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Music holds a secret. You're right on the money there. Amaze is on, yeah. I agree, Fake the Funk. And in fact, He says Walmart's website stays terrible on purpose. I agree, it is collusion, and I mark my words: Amazon and Walmart will merge at some point, or Amazon will become so big they will just buy Walmart. Because Walmart, Amazon's been twice as big as Walmart by market capitalization. You know, the total value of the shares of stock for like several years now, and at some point they're just going to absorb Walmart, or they'll just merge. But that's what I think is going to happen. But I actually worked for, I did customer service for Walmart.com like years ago when they first started it. And yeah, it's terrible, man. Like sometimes I want to buy stuff on Walmart.com and their website is so fucking bad. I usually just give up and go back to Amazon. So there's something to that. I agree. And I have occasionally ordered on Walmart.com, but it's like this huge barrier to overcome. And just navigating their site based on like, is this something I can have shipped to my house, or can I have it sent to the store, or can I go pick it up at the store? You know, it's just too confusing, man.
Hey Ben, I'm gonna drop down and watch from the YouTube chat. My phone's about to die here.
All right, brother. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me up.
Oh yeah, anytime. We'll see you later. Rob Cleveland, ladies and gentlemen. And Christos may or may not still be here, but that's all right. Lord knows I can solo. Oh, I hear him. I hear him a little bit, I think. Heard something. He might be eating. He was preparing a meal.
Yeah, I'm doing the dishwasher's going, and I left the good knives in there where I
Oh,
was gonna
oh,
rip open this mango. So
nice. Hell
yeah,
yeah.
I'll have to get to that in a moment. But yeah, I took a bunch of kratom a little earlier, and normally I'm never up this early, so I think I am going to eat before I go into work here soon. And I'm also going to take this, which is Alpha Brain. It's a nootropic, um, it's like considered a nootropic. It's made by this guy named Aubrey Marcus, who is friends with Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan actually helped them start up this company years back. It's like a decade ago now at this point. But it's called Alpha Brain. Onnit, ONNIT is the name of this company that this guy Aubrey Marcus had started up a while back. And they make this supplement called Alpha Brain, which is, like I said, a nootropic. So it's going to help with cognitive function. It's supposed to help with flow state and memory recall. So it has cat's claw in there. It has bacopa. It has L-theanine, and a couple other things all combined. You know, different herbs. Yep, exactly. All those different things combined together. I don't remember all of the ingredients, but like I know those three ones: cat's claw, bacopa, and L-theanine. And it doesn't have any caffeine in it either, and it's really helpful for flow state.
Nice. Yeah, I remember that being advertised a lot. I never tried it myself, but
Yeah,
I do have
hey,
the lion's mane here. I have the
I was
lion's
just
mane.
about to bring up
Yeah,
lion's mane.
yeah, I got the
Yeah,
lion's mane.
yeah, you must have missed everything I said about Joe Rogan earlier
No,
in part of
they're
his
just
life.
trolling you.
So,
They're trolling you. It's
oh
all good.
no, I used to talk about how I can't stand Joe Rogan, but at this point I don't even care. For a while there, I really didn't like him, and I would make it known that I didn't like him. But
Well, I mean, they might
the real
still make
ones know.
good products, so that's possible.
Yeah, and I don't really follow the dude Aubrey Marcus anymore, the guy that
Yeah,
started the
he's a
company.
bozo. Yeah, he's a bozo.
But you know him? Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I listened to
Okay.
every Rogan for a long time. I mean, I heard every episode. Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Um,
he's a bozo, but that's all right.
I feel like I don't like the narrative he's pushing. It's
Yeah, he's a
really
bozo.
yeah, it's definitely gatekeeper vibes with spirituality and health.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a militant vegan, by the way, which is fine. I have no beef with that. Oh, no pun intended, by the way. But yeah, I don't have any beef with the vegans. And you know, I've talked about on the channel, but you know, the meat is murder. Like there is something to that. Like the fucking meat industry is a fucking nightmare. I mean, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Modern industrial.
Exactly. Well, you know, in
System.
Upton Sinclair's The Jungle, you know, that famous novel, like that's a real thing, man. Like, are you familiar with that? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like how I think that was based on how horrific the meat industry was in Chicago back in the day. But like, that's a
Mhm.
real thing, man. Like, it's not just a conspiracy theory that you know this is horrible. But
Yeah.
yeah, I still eat meat, obviously. But I, you know, I like to consider these counterpoints. You know, I get annoyed sometimes when it's like, you know, I'm not going to become a vegan, but it's like I'll hear what a vegan has to say. Why wouldn't I? You know. But they have some valid points. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Mhm.
Well, and she says it's satanic. Well, I mean, it very well may be the way animals are treated. You know, I have to at least consider that possibility for me personally. But you know, that I think that's for each individual to sort of decide on their own. You know, I like the free exchange of ideas. You know, even if I have to consider some things I'd rather probably not think about at times. And that's probably the only
Oh
reason this
yeah.
person even shows up over here on occasion. Yeah, and she's welcome, of course. But and I do appreciate Christos riding shotgun. Thank you, sir. And if you got things you need to do over there, certainly, I would never want you to feel obligated to participate. But
Yeah. No problem.
as long as you want to participate, then you're certainly more than welcome.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay here a couple more minutes while I
Cool.
start kicking the flow state off. Have you ever heard of L-tyrosine?
I have. That's one thing I have never really taken much, unless it was in something else. So, what do you think
Yeah,
about that?
that's one of the main things that uh, is in the alpha brain uh,
Okay.
pour in that I was just showing you and telling you about. L-tyrosine is one of the amino acids that's in there. Oh, I know that brand. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Prince
like
of
that.
Peace. It's
Ginkgo
funny
biloba
though.
and red
It's
ginseng.
it's funny though, yeah, because this actually I do have the red ginseng also, but this has almost no ginkgo in it, and this is actually mostly white mulberry. But this a lot of people I didn't know this Eleuthero or whatever, that's American ginseng. So it's like this thing
Oh,
really, yeah, this thing really isn't even what it says it is. It has only has 40 milligrams of ginseng in it, or I mean ginkgo rather. But it has 1.4 grams of white mulberry extract, which I found I can take, but I can't even take it every day. It fucks me up if I take it every day. I just take it
I've
like
heard
every,
good things about it.
yeah, but I take it like every once in a while. But yeah, I've got I take this every day, the red Panax ginseng. Bam.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, dude.
And then I'm
Ginseng is
on,
interesting.
and we got the turkey tail mushroom here, of course. Got to have that.
I know that's an adaptogen. I forgot exactly what it's good for.
I
Is
think it's
it?
like stress and physical pain, I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
And I got the
Yep.
reishi mushroom. The reishi, however you
Yeah.
say that.
There's another one there. Yeah. Good for the immune.
Yeah. And then I'll show you the real shit. This is one of my favorites. If I can find it. I got so much stuff in here. The Maine chaga and birch bark extract. Wild harvested double
Oh,
extract.
nice.
Yeah, dude. This is the real deal, man. Because I've tried several different chagas, but this is my favorite one for sure. My camera's so shitty it's not going to focus on it. But yeah.
Yeah, chaga's another good one. all those different mushroom supplements in general.
Well, in my particular issue is my pancreas is my main problem, and the chaga actually is supposedly directly affects the pancreas in a positive way. Always
Yeah, that
tinkering.
sounds right.
I'm being asked how long did it take me to calibrate my supplements. I'm always tinkering, but some of what I do is based on my schedule. I would, if I was just like didn't have to do things at specific times, I would probably do it differently. But I also see the benefits of like some of this stuff. I just can't. Some of these herbs are so strong. I'm gonna have to start going off of some of them. So probably
Oh, I
what
know
I'm
what
gonna
you
do.
mean.
Yeah, man, because I'm on some strong fucking herbs, and which are very beneficial. But I'm probably gonna go off of most of this stuff except the basics like magnesium, as previously mentioned.
Yep.
There's certain things I'm gonna stay on no matter what, but a lot of this herbal stuff, I'm probably gonna cycle off of it for a couple of weeks. Um, and just again the tinkering and the calibrating and all of that. There's
Yeah,
something
that's
to that.
good. Even if it's not like psychoactive, like substances that are quote unquote getting you high, even things uh, like turmeric and these different herbs. Yeah, taking breaks from them, so you're
Yep.
not always putting it in your body.
And then like this magnesium glycinate. Have you ever tried that form of magnesium?
Um, yes.
That's the best one for me that I've ever tried. But then I also have the where is it? If I can find it. This is one of the benefits, by the way, of driving a truck, working 7 days a week, and living in a truck, is I can just buy whatever supplements I want. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, this right here, the magnesium L, whatever that is, 3 and 8 or whatever.
Yeah,
However you say
oh,
that.
yeah, three and 8. I've heard of that.
This is supposedly the only form that can penetrate the blood-brain barrier, is what they say.
Really?
That's the claim. I mean, who the hell knows?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, yeah, I've read about that.
Yeah.
But I know it's not like I know there's the other kinds too. It's not like, oh, that's the best kind per se.
Yeah, they're all kind
You
of
know,
different, it seems
else,
like.
uh, magnesium citrate and magnesium. There's a couple different magnesiums and put together that are good. Because now some of us we don't take in certain types as well as others, and then there's other kinds that are worthless, like oxide,
Yes.
magnesium oxide,
Yep.
laxative. That's the best thing it is.
Yeah.
That's really
Yeah.
at best it's a laxative.
Yeah. Citrate's the one that'll make you go to the bathroom the most. It's still good
Really?
for you. Yeah, but that if you ever go to Walmart or Kroger or whatever, if you go to the pharmacy section, they have these glass bottles of liquid laxative. But if you read it, it's mostly magnesium citrate. If you read the ingredients,
Okay.
yep.
To
But it
know.
also has other benefits, of course. But it's like this stuff doesn't make me go to the bathroom, the glycinate, and neither does the 3 and 8, or however you say that. But then this is my favorite B vitamins that I've ever found. This Life Extension brand, Complete B Complex.
Yeah, I know that brand.
That's their bees is good, but it has like the actual niacin in it, like real niacin, and it causes me, I get the flush sometimes, like face flush. Some people don't like that effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. But I love all this. There's a lot you can do, obviously, with supplements. So, and people like the supplement talk. I've done a lot of here and there. I do some supplement talk, and people really seem to enjoy it. But then, I don't know what your budget looks like, Chris. Christos, but I know in the past what I took, a lot of it came down to what I could afford. So it's like necessarily I was taking the things that seemed to be the most beneficial because like, I had to focus on what I could actually purchase, especially living in the streets for so long. Because I still took
Mm.
supplements, but so like I took a liquid magnesium back then, but in retrospect, I probably would have been better off with the glycinate. I just didn't know about it.
That's cool that back then you were like still health conscious to a certain degree.
Yeah, I was definitely, and some of that was I was figuring out whatever my own issues were because I wasn't willing to go into the mental health system, and I wasn't ever going to be medicated. So
Yeah.
one thing I figured out, and this ties in with my digestive issues, was I figured out my brain. I need a lot of saturated fat
Oh,
for my brain to function properly. Yeah, I need a lot. Yeah, so I was
well,
on
that's
a
a thing. That's a
Mhm.
thing for all of us, is it not?
Probably, but I think I think I probably have whatever autism is. I think I probably am autistic. It's just there
Oh,
was
okay.
literally, dude, people didn't know nobody knew what autism was when I was a kid. Like it wasn't a thing. So like
Right.
nobody got diagnosed with autism, but it's like somebody had to have autism. But anyway, I think autistic people, like there's certain things that we need more than other people need. I think that's probably one of them. And like cannabis, dude,
Oh, okay.
I've always been like when I use marijuana, I always use way more than other people, like way
Mm-hmm.
more. And I think that's part of it also. Like even something like CBD, like yeah, I can get a benefit from it, but I need way more than what most people would take.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
So there's certain
Interesting.
things where yeah, I think it's just something about my brain. And getting back to the mask and the like there have been times where I did wear a face covering, but like I need more oxygen, man. I can't my brain doesn't work, man. I can tell like I start getting lightheaded and shit. It's like
Yeah.
not that I'm some kind of genius, but dude, I need oxygen. These people that can cover their face all day, they're clearly their brain has to be different than my brain. There's no way we have the same brain.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That's crazy. Yeah, I still see people in different certain quote unquote medical buildings or whatever the fuck that wear different staff. And let me tell you, man, a lot of these ladies seem neurotic, bro.
Yeah.
They don't look healthy at all. They're young, overweight, masked up, um, fucking tweaky. Probably too much caffeine and all these different whatever the hell. Yeah, yeah. It's crazy, man. I've been noticing it more and more how neurotic society is.
Big time. And I think Layla's still here. She called it about 2.5 years ago, talking about how society's becoming, especially truthers, actually becoming more and more schizophrenic, which would also be, that would tie in with it to some degree. What you're talking about, neuroses in general.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, somebody was asking me if I take iodine, so yeah, but I do the kelp version. This is from organic kelp and bladderwrack. But then they also throw the potassium iodide in there, which is more or less useless as far as I can tell. But whatever. The stuff they put in salt, I think, or is that sodium iodide? I don't even know. Yeah. Yeah, the magnesium is a thing for sure, man. Yeah. There's something to that. And most of the people I know don't take anything like that. They don't take any magnesium or
Right.
nothing.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And we know we're not getting
Same.
it from we know we're not getting it from the food.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah, I got a buddy that gets real into supplements just like I do. Takes iodine, magnesium, like you're showing ginseng,
Yep.
lion's mane. I really like lion's mane.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it definitely helps with the live streaming.
Yeah, it's good for focus and it gets you in a flow state like caffeine does.
Yep. And don't forget the zinc. I got the zinc chelate and copper zinc, and because apparently zinc, if you supplement zinc, it can take away from your copper, from what I understand. So this has both.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
this is zinc glycinate chelate with copper glycinate chelate. And this is like some bodybuilding company. This is why I love Amazon though. Like, dude, you can't just necessarily wander into a store and find all these different brands.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah,
it's
you were
like,
talking about Amazon earlier.
yeah, man, like I hate corporations, but I love Amazon, Starbucks, and Walmart. Like, how does that work? But I mean that's true though. But there is something, there's something to that. And then I got the selenium. This is the selenium. I think they derived this from.
Oh
This is
yeah.
derived from like wheat or something though. It's
Selenium is interesting. My buddy was just bringing that up the other day when we were talking about these things, and yeah, selenium. Uh, I need to look into that a little more because I kind of forgot like what the deal is with selenium, but I know it can definitely be good for mineralization and like testosterone.
well, yeah, that's it. Definitely, a selenium deficiency has a lot to do with low testosterone. It can have a lot to do with low testosterone. But if you know who Aubrey is, I'm sure you know about Tim Ferriss, the 4 Hour Work Week guy. Tim
Yeah,
Ferriss.
yeah, I know what you're talking
So
about.
that's what he was talking about. Tim Ferriss was saying that he got his testosterone checked and he found out that it was his testosterone was lower than what it would be otherwise because he had a selenium deficiency. Because I actually,
Specifically because of selenium, specifically.
that's what he said. Yeah, he said he started eating Brazil nuts because they're high in selenium. But I think that was in his book, maybe actually. But the 4 Hour Work Week. But see, back in the day, since I had educated myself on nutrition, I actually ate a specific diet in part to maximize my natural testosterone production. And that's part of why I started going to sleep so early was I knew I had to get good rest to make proper testosterone. And it runs in my family. We actually have high testosterone. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but like
What?
that is, dude, I've had mine tested. Like, yeah, it's a real thing, man. Like, dude,
Right, yeah,
the
that's
doctor
cool.
thought I might have she thought I might have like a tumor on my thyroid. I'm not even kidding, or my pituitary. I was like, no, it runs in the family. But I was also intentionally living in a specific way
You
to
said you were going to
maximize it.
bed early, yeah.
That's part of the reason why I started going to bed early. But then I also used to avoid alcohol because, dude, I'm sure you know about this stuff
Mm.
too, like these bodybuilders, man. Because I used to be into weightlifting, but I never wanted to take steroids, and I didn't. But part of that is these guys would want to get on hormone replacement, so they would
TRT.
yeah,
Yeah.
they would be on these forums talking about how can I make my testosterone. They wanted to have a low testosterone to get on the TRT. So the two main things that were always advised was don't sleep and drink alcohol. So I already know, like that's the main,
Wow.
dude. That's the
Yeah, those things
major.
are the things, yeah.
Yeah. So when I was drinking myself to death recently, part of that was like, with the events of the last several years, the changes in society, but me also like being aggressive and having high testosterone for my age, then like, yeah, if I drink a lot of booze, it's gonna knock the edge off all that. You know what I'm saying? And then when you drink, you don't sleep good.
Right. And then it becomes self-perpetuating.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's how all that works.
Yeah, I can definitely feel the testosterone boost from going to bed early, even just from last night compared to 3 nights prior, going to bed past 11, going to bed at 8. Um, just like I was able to wake up at like 2:30 and be good. and not like I was gonna go back to sleep, but then I was good. Didn't even bother. What is that?
This is
Fulvic
yeah,
acid?
and humic. So somebody asked me if I've ever heard of however you say that, Shilagit, but that's fulvic, I think. It's a that what they're asking about is a natural substance that contains high amounts of maybe both, but it's at least one or the other. I think maybe humic. I have to remember. I don't remember. Yeah, but that's what that is. That shilajit, however you say that. Yeah,
Oh, she legit.
there you go. Yeah, that's what that is. It's high in those so-called trace minerals or whatever. But it's a
Yeah,
different, some
it
kind of
has
natural
like
form.
over 90% of your needed um trace minerals, I think.
There you go.
Shilajit.
Yeah. So I just bought this. I bought a gallon jug of this humic slash fulvic. It's like $50, 55
That's
bucks or
nice,
something.
dude. That's cool, man. I've never seen
Yeah.
something like that.
It's funny though how it I just bought it and tried it. It seems to be working, but dude, the jug is so shitty at the top of it leaks. So it's like every time I shake it up, it just like leaks all over itself. It's funny how that works.
Well, that's lame for a cool looking
I know, man.
container.
Yeah, dude. That's America nowadays though. It's like, hey, this is this thing that's got a lot of nutrition in it and it's high quality, but it's like we put it in the worst quality container we can find. Like that's to me it's just hilarious.
Yeah.
Like what.
Hey, you know what? You ever heard of Symbiotica?
No, what's that? Is that a supplement?
Uh, it's a company, a brand called Symbiotica, and it was made by this guy named Shervin Jafaria, Persian guy. Super cool. He's friends with a bunch of other cool dudes that I like to follow and listen to, including Paul Chek and Troy Casey, if you've heard of those names by
Mm-mm.
chance.
No, I haven't.
These are like holistic health guys, so like really into health and nutrition and fitness and like spirituality and just optimizing health, you know? So I highly suggest I can drop it in the private chat.
All
Um,
right.
but there's this guy named Shervin Jafaria, and he started the Symbiotica company, which makes really like probably the highest grade supplements you'll ever encounter.
Nice.
Yeah, check out Symbiotica. I'll send you a link here in the private chat.
I'm actually on their website right now because I have two
Oh yeah,
phones.
you got it pulled up. All right,
Yeah, I got.
cool.
You can't really see it because my camera's shitty, but yeah, I'm looking at it. Cool, man. Yeah, I'm gonna check them out. My problem with that is I don't have an address to have it shipped to, but I'll figure something out eventually.
Oh,
Think-
okay.
Yeah, but I'll eventually I'm gonna get a UPS. These UPS stores I can rent a box and have things delivered there, but there's just not any conveniently located to where my home, my terminal is, the company,
Mhm.
my truck driving company. But I'll figure something out eventually. I got to get off the Amazon. The Amazon's just gotten too shitty. They're going downhill. Something has changed with Amazon.
For sure, man. It sounds about right.
Hmm.
And it's crazy because I've noticed that they have all electric vehicles now. And I'm like, here we go. This is the bullshit happening right before our eyes. Fucking Titanic Corporation. Of course, they're gonna have to have all electric vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're so cutting edge and caring about the environment and
Oh
in
yeah. Of
league
course.
and in league with the government.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Sheesh.
absolutely. Well, that's the thing is, yeah, that's one of the major themes that I talk about on this channel is the Benito Mussolini helicopter hand meme, or if you're familiar with that. Like, there's these writings attributed to Benito Mussolini, the fascist dictator of Italy during World War II, And that's what he writes about, is the literal merger of the corporations and the government, meaning like everything is the state. From the perspective of
Yeah.
the state, it's all the state, including me and you, by the way. Like, as far as the state is concerned, we are property of the state. As far as it is concerned, I don't necessarily agree with that, but so yeah, it's like Amazon is the
Yeah.
government on some level, like Walmart is the government, on some level. And that's what we were talking about yesterday with Rob Cleveland. Is I'm from Arkansas, and my first wife actually I'd met in Benton. She was from Bentonville, Arkansas, and that's where Walmart is headquartered. So when she was a young girl, like, that's all there was in Bentonville was literally Walmart. So it was a small place. And like, I worked in IT around the year 2000, late 90s, early 2000s, and at one point I worked for a Walmart vendor. And so I had a badge I could just go right into their ISD building, their information services division building, anytime I wanted. And so what happened was,
wow.
so what happened, I know this for a fact, I was there when this happened. So I had my own office. I was the only one with my company in that area. The company was headquartered in Dallas, but they had me, like, I had to be there for them to, basically Walmart required that they had to have a person in Bentonville. They just, in order to work with Walmart, so I was that person for a period of time. And
Okay.
but it was not it was a very low level. It was nothing to it. I mean, it was not any kind of, I made 30 grand a year. I mean, it wasn't even it was a nothing job overall. But so I had my own office. I didn't have to go into work. No, there was nobody there like, hey, Benton's late or whatever. So for whatever reason, I hadn't gone into my office yet. So me and my wife watched, the terrorist attacks of September 11th of 2001. We watched it on TV. So what happened was Walmart immediately moved all of their server farms. They have all this, just, imagine what they had even back then for, infrastructure for information services and all this. They immediately moved all that shit underground. And I believe that they fully merged with the government at that point, that they just said, okay, we see, the writings on the wall. And I think they just I think they fully plugged in with the government at that point. So that what we saw, later on was, literal LCD screens in Walmart with Janet Napolitano when she was head of Homeland Security, talking about, if you see something, say something. Like, so I think when you walk into a Walmart, it has facial recognition. I think all of their cameras, all of their audio recording, they're tracking people's movements. It's a very surveilled environment. I think that's all plugged directly into the government. But that's just me. That's what I think.
I agree.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't think people realize that like the supercenter, like a Walmart supercenter, is probably the most surveilled area in public in the United States. I would say it's the highest level. So I think when I'm at the self
A
checkout,
Walmart supercenter is what you
I
said?
think so. Yeah, that's what I may be
I
wrong.
think so too.
That's what I
Now
think.
that you say it.
Yeah. So like when I'm here in I'm in their parking lot right now. So like these they got these Stingray boxes and all these things that can hack your phone. I'm sure they have all that. Like, I'm just assuming that, and obviously whatever I do on the internet is surveilled anyway, but I'm literally in a Walmart parking lot right now. I'm just assuming I'm probably even more, I guarantee you they know who the fuck I am, and they know more or less what I'm doing in their parking lot.
Yeah.
I mean, how could they not? And I don't think they care. Like, it's just like, hey, this guy, they can probably pull up a profile on me in a database, and it's like, yeah, he's got these ideas, he talks about these things, but he's never going to actually do anything, and he's just fucking living his life. They more or less leave me alone, as far as I can tell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude. It's definitely that surveillance state. What type of music do you listen to, Benton? Do you listen to any rap?
Well, you mentioned rap earlier, and I held my tongue because, as much as I like to make everything about me, I'm well versed in early '90s hip hop. Very, very well versed.
Yeah, I remember we kind of talked about it earlier with Austin. I've
Yep.
gotten to a point where uh, I've found a lot of very authentic, wise, and just well-versed, good vocabulary rappers, MCs, artists, even beyond rap. I've found a lot of cool artists. Like I brought up these guys, Paul Check and Troy Casey and uh, the Shervine guy. They would be like on the um, spiritual path, discipline, health, nutrition, fitness side of things, and then the more creative, artistic side of things would be some of these rappers that I'm talking about, like very psychedelic, like spiritual, but also like very talented and skillful display of lyricism and so on. There's a couple different people that I'm gonna drop in the chat here, like I was saying, that I think people should check out from basically like health masters slash teachers, spirituality, quote unquote masters, to just really good artists that are authentic as fuck, very skillful and very inspiring. That I think a lot of people here in the truth community slash like spiritual conscious communities could resonate with and get value from. One specifically, I'll say just right now, because what you were saying about like what we were saying about the surveillance state and like the Walmart supercenters, it had me thinking of this song called um, "Somebody's Watching," and it's like the cover of this song is like all the different types of cameras that we see nowadays at stoplights and on the corners of streets and on buildings, and it's like it just all of a sudden it kind of had me thinking of that type of music, like conscious, like like truth or slash like spiritual music that's out there that a lot of people don't even know of within within these communities.
Yeah, man. I know what you're saying.
Illuminati Congo. That was the name. That was the name of the
The
person I
artist.
was gonna bring up. Yeah, Illuminati Congo.
All right. Yeah, my thing is, since I'm old, I need to know who the new people are. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to have to wade through all of current rap. It's better if somebody like you just tells me what to listen to for the new shit. 'Cause, you know, the stuff I know from the 90s, that's always there, you know. But I've already heard all of that and I already know all that music.
Yeah, Nas and Wu Tang. Well, I'll take it to
Oh,
this
dude, no,
level.
I can go as deep as you want to go on early 90s. I can go as deep as you ever want to go on that stuff. I promise you. Yeah. That's my stuff, man. I started listening to Run DMC in 1984, maybe earlier. So I've been listening
Oh,
to
okay.
rap, dude. I've started listening to rap in the 80s. Yeah,
Well, did you ever listen to Wu Tang?
I've listened to everything they've ever put out.
Okay, so you know Kill a Priest.
Yeah, of course.
You need to check out his music that he makes nowadays because
Yeah,
it's
that when I say
amazing, dude.
when I say I've heard everything up till a certain point, I've heard everything. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why I figure because in Killer Priest is a solo artist now, making his own music, and the direction he's taken it and the creative liberties that he's taken as an artist. I think he's probably the best thing that's ever come out of Wu Tang, and he's really underrated. And he's been blackballed by the industry, and he doesn't get all the exposure and fame still like people like Ghostface Killer, the RZA, and Raekwon. Honestly, as far as I'm concerned, those dudes are arguably sellouts, and people like Killer Priest are the few that have stayed true and are making like probably better art than ever in the way that they've evolved as an artist.
Well, and you know, Ghostface wasn't shit. Like when the original Wu Tang album came out, like he wasn't that strong on that album, if you recall. So I never was a big
Uh-huh.
Ghostface. I never was a big Ghostface guy. I liked ODB, man. Like that's probably my favorite. Rest in
Most
peace.
people seem to. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if they do though. Like, I mean, like I like his solo. I like his first solo album. But Jizza was the best when their first album dropped. I think Jizza was for sure the best lyricist and the best.
Liquid Swords.
Yeah, but he was ahead of the rest of them at that point, as far as I'm concerned. But dude, yeah, I love the Woo, man, for sure, big time. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I really think you should check out Killer Priest because
Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, I'll check it out.
the last couple of years he's made some really cool albums, and the way that sometimes the way he raps, it's like spoken word. It's very poetic.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, very
Definitely.
imaginative and visual. Like he's inspired me in so many different ways with his music. It gets very abstract and visual at times. Really makes you
Nice.
think.
Yeah, and I don't think we have very many. It's okay that we don't, but I don't think we have that. We have some people around here that are big fans of hip hop and rap, but overall, I don't think we have that many, which is fine. But I have I have a not even an advantage, but like, dude, I bought Public Enemy's Fear of a Black Planet on cassette in 1990 when it came out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's not that doesn't make me better. It's just different, like there was a lot, not that many white boys were buying Fear of a Black Planet in 1990 and anywhere really, but I'm from Arkansas, for God's sake. Like my dad found it and smashed it. He smashed it to pieces with his fist on our kitchen counter. I'm not even kidding. Yeah. Because if you think about it, I mean, Fear of a Black Planet, like that's they're sending a very specific message there. If you listen to that album, and that album holds up as far as I'm concerned. It's a really good album. But that's the message is like that blacks could breed white people off of the planet. That if we all intermingle, there's not going to be white folks at a certain point. That's basically what the album's about. Which is that's not untrue, necessarily. So, but a lot of people like I don't believe in just like, oh, let's not talk about this idea. So it's like, yeah, I don't worry about how do I feel about that idea. I just think it's an interesting idea, But back in 1990, that was, if you look at what was available to listen to in 1990, that was, but then it was only a few years later that sounded very dated and kind of behind as far as, the actual, Chuck D's limited skills on the mic and all this, things progressed very rapidly after that, I would say. So, hieroglyphics, my favorite's Boot Camp Click, Sean Price and all that. If you're familiar with any of that music.
What was the last part you said? It sounded like you said chopped rice.
Oh, Sean Price. He's passed away now.
Oh yeah, Sean Price.
Rook from Helta Skelta. Well, he was a part of a crew called Boot Camp Click that mostly came out of Brownsville, Brooklyn area.
Oh yeah,
so,
I've heard of them.
Yeah, so generally came out of one of the five boroughs around the time Wu-Tang came out, but they never achieved the commercial success. But there was an album, Black Moon's Into the Stage. I think that came out in like 93. Buckshot, he's the one that started. He's kind of like the RZA of Boot Camp Click. So that a lot of albums came out of them. Like I like a lot of that stuff. That's really more like battle rap, like showing off our skills than actually like being into like ideas though. And then of course, A Tribe Called Quest was real big. That was a big deal for me in the early 90s. A Tribe Called Quest.
You said Tribe Called Quest? Yeah,
that was like the Low End Theory came in like 91. That was very ahead of its time, because I say that holds up. So for me, I'm coming at the newer stuff. I'm based in a foundation of all of that kind of music. And my hometown is majority black. and my home county is majority black. So like literally rap was just on the radio when I was a kid, which was somewhat unusual for the time, especially in a place like Arkansas.
Word.
Yeah, yeah. So I love it. I love rap and hip hop, but I also like rock and roll and heavy metal, and I love some classical, jazz. I love a lot of different kind of music.
Yeah, I'd like to learn more of music of different genres. There's so much nowadays. I like Megadeth and Black Sabbath. I
There
know
you
they're
go.
like the well-known ones, but like when it comes to those different genres, Megadeth is like my go-to. I love their cover art, their whole concept art, and their message, the truth that they throw in their music.
Well, and yeah, I'm not a big Megadeth guy myself, but I recognize that's Dave Mustaine, right?
Yep.
Yeah, there's something to that guy for sure. So, I can tell that he's a very talented artist. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I just never got into them specifically, me personally.
Mm-hmm.
But there's definitely something there. So I imagine I will find them eventually. But there's so much music came out of the '90s. I'm still like finding stuff that I didn't even know about in the '90s. But um, there's certain albums that I could, and I think this is where we get into a generational exchange. It's like there's certain albums from back then that I could probably be like, hey man, check this out, and you would probably be like, yeah, that's really good. But there's so much material from back then. It's kind of like me trying to pick through the modern stuff, Like it helps me to have somebody like you that can just be like, hey man, check this out, versus
Mm-hmm.
me having to try to just go listen to everything, It's like I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pick through all of it. And it's like you're probably not gonna go pick through the 1990s, but it's like I probably know things I could just be like, hey, check this out. So there is like almost like a generational exchange through music at a certain level that I've experienced, which is really cool, I think.
It's good to have people around you that can guide you and give you suggestions, and kind of, yeah, be like guides for like finding good music, having friends that have like a variety in their taste.
Yep. And now the chat's asking me about X Clan, and there was black guys in my high school that came to school in X Clan T-shirts. So yeah, I listened to X Clan in high school as a white boy in Arkansas. I didn't get it really, I'll have to say, and a lot of that stuff's dated, but and just so you know, the audience here definitely skews older. We're all a bunch of boomers mostly, so just be aware you are amongst the boomers, because there's no Gen X. Gen X, we're all boomers from the perspective of younger folk. My generation does not exist, sir.
That's why there's the X.
Hey, you're right. That's a good point. Yeah, it doesn't bother me though.
That's
Yeah.
deep.
We got that Bret Easton Ellis, the guy that wrote American Psycho. He's like the only Gen Xer. Like you'll see him every once in a while. I'll see some interview with him, and it's like, oh, Gen X's voice, Bret Easton Ellis. He's like the only person who's a Gen Xer, I guess, and like referred to as Generation X.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to have trouble like keeping that stuff straight, but I'm definitely happy that I'm part of Generation Z.
Yeah, man. Because and this see it. Part of what I talk about over here, man, is like and I'm not talking about the people who listen to me. I just mean in general. As me at 47 years old, dude, it's over with for us, man. We're not relevant anymore. The fact is, it's always going to be necessarily about the younger generations. That's just how it works, man. So, like, I think we still have a lot to offer, and we can contribute. Us older folks, but I think a lot of us are we're not really understanding that it's not about us anymore. And I think that's also the boomers are like, they're the most narcissistic, right? I'm talking about my parents, the actual boomers, they're the most narcissistic. And then, their parents, God know, who even knows? I mean, that's a whole nother thing. Like my grandparents, but then, and not that they're bad. It's just, but then the Gen Xers, you know, we got our own thing going on, but I think maybe some of us are coming to understand, like, it's sort of over with. Like, that's already kind of happened for us. And it's the time for the younger generations. What are they going to bring forward, which it is exciting in a way, especially in the current context of the actual zombie apocalypse. My podcast was called Nightmare Dystopia, pirate radio for the zombie apocalypse. Like, I really do view it through that lens. Yeah. So like, it wasn't a zombie apocalypse when I was 20, So it's like, okay, what is Gen, and what age is Gen Z? I'm not even sure. You said you're 25. So,
Yep.
and I want to impress this on everybody. And this is something I talk about here is like, dude, they talk about, oh, Benton, you're still young. I'm like, man, once that first number in your age becomes a 3 from a 2, you're not young anymore. And the thing that America prizes one thing above all, and that's youth. And if you possess youth, you have the thing that everybody wants to have, no matter what they say. And they can say, oh, fucking 50 is a new 30 or whatever the fuck. They can say that till they're blue in the face. Once that number in your age goes from a 2 to a 3, it's over. As far as you no longer have that thing called youth. Now, if you can pass for 20 when you're 30, that's different. But it's over with very quickly. So, I think for my generation, it's for us to just realize, look, it's over. It's kind of already happened for us. What are these new people going to do? But not to put pressure on somebody who's actually 25, but it's like, hey, you take it, here's what we've given you. And it's we've given you a zombie apocalypse nightmare dystopia. So have fun. But then the boomers kind of gave, the boomers like just ate, dude, the boomers just like used everything up and fucking ate out our substance. They fucking stole all the wealth and squandered it essentially. And then the Gen X was just kind of like, well, we don't care anyway. Like, and we were kind of based in authenticity to some degree, but show me a human and I'll show you a hypocrite. But we seem to be more about like not being a sellout. Like that was the big theme of my generation in a lot of ways. But then
That's good.
Well, but it's like an ethos that it doesn't even mean that it's lived up to or not lived up to. But then now it's like, okay, here's what the boomers did to us, and then here's what we've done, and then now it's a nightmare dystopia. So like, what is Gen Z going to do in the context of a nightmare dystopia? But then you get into, like, they say that hard times make strong men, and that whole thing about the weak men make hard times or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? This whole meme. So it's like, it's kind of like your generation is coming up in hard times. So in a way, like that's the most, that's the greatest possibility for growth and transformation, arguably, is in a time of struggle.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're right, Clay. Blaming generations is silly, but there's something to that, or I don't think we'd be talking about it. But yeah, you're right. 50 is not young. No, 50 is not young. No, if you ask a 20-year-old what is old, when I was 21, I said something about somebody being old, and one of my coworkers looked at me kind of funny and said, "What do you consider old?" And I thought about it, and I said, "I don't know, 30." And he said, "I'm 30." And I said, "There you go." I mean, that's just how it is. It's not what the old people think is young. It's what does a young person consider old. That's how you know. And yeah, a 50-year-old may not want, and I know this karmic life is, I don't know how old she is, but a 50-year-old may not want to view themselves as old, but you're not young, and you never will be. A 50-year-old was young, they no longer are, and they never will be again. And that's just how it works here. And if it wasn't that way, youth would not be highly prized and valuable, and people would not be trying to mimic it. That's just how it works, man. It's how it works. What's up, D-Rex? Oh, I don't think I'm too old for something. I recognize that I'm not 20. But now we got 47-year-old women out here behaving like they're 20. That's bullshit. And like Adam Carolla likes to point out, if you go watch Andy Griffith, Aunt B, the character, she was portrayed as an old lady. She was 50. But that's how a 50-year-old used to be expected to behave. It's like, yeah, she had her life and now she's old, and that's okay. She didn't want to be, oh, Aunt B didn't want to be running around pretending to be a 20-year-old. It's unbecoming in a way, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I was about to chime in like a minute or two ago, but then I started fucking coughing, almost swallowed this lion's mane.
Oh, cool. You got the powder then.
No, tincture.
Oh, nice. Even better. But yeah, I had a.
We
Go
gotta
ahead,
bridge
man.
the gap between the youth and the generations. There's going to be that gap, but we gotta bridge what we can.
Yeah, I think it's doable. Yeah, but only if only if the people my age can be humble, because I can be resistant to, well, what's this kid know, but that's not going to do us any good, because I ain't going to hang out with no old fogies if they're all treating me like I'm a bozo just because I'm 20 years younger than them. That's not going to work. Well, but like this karmic life says 30 is way young. Well, when I was 30, I could pass for 20. So it's like people didn't necessarily, and I was very immature. So people didn't necessarily know I was 30 when I was 30. I got carded every time up until I turned 30. Like every time. If I bought alcohol,
Oh, I bet.
every time until I turned 30. And then it was like still happened, but not every time. Yeah.
Yep, it's like I was saying earlier.
Go for it. I had a little head of steam, so once I get a head of steam going, I tend to just keep talking. But yeah, take it away, sir.
Oh, 1 second. Yeah, I don't. You might have misheard me. I don't even know what the hell I just said. Actually, I'm about to hop in my car, put you on the Bluetooth, though.
Right on. Well, I'm starting to get that bleary-eyed effect from the live streaming, so I may go ahead and shut it down. So I'm trying to manage my resources and my faculties a little better than I do sometimes.
Mic check.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably going to shut it down actually.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, man.
I'm leaving for I'm leaving for work right now.
Cool, brother. Well, nice chatting with you, and hope to see you around.
Yeah, man, you too, for sure. Yeah, you'll definitely
right.
see me.
Right on, man. Well, that was Christos, and we will see y'all next time. All right. Yep. What's up, Stephen Crumley? Unfortunately, we've reached the end of the broadcast, but I will check out the replay if you're so inclined, and y'all have a good day.